when they're being used. Okay. Wonderful. Okay.
Uhr gibt's hier nicht. There's no clock in the room. Yeah, but I have one on my phone. That's fine.
It's 42.
That's good. Okay. This is the microphone on the very right side. Very nice. Good. I think the sound is good. Can you hear everything? Very nice. Then I'd like to welcome you to our side event on pathways to prosperity and climate neutrality. This is the huge contradiction within the Sustainable Development Goals, the Agenda 2030. And the side event is based on a report that Global Energy Solutions and the Research Institute for Applied Knowledge Processing, amongst others with industry partners and experts, have been working on during the last 2 years. And the question was really, what can be done for prosperity and climate neutrality on the way to 2050? Because probably what most of you, when you're on stage or anywhere in an interview with press or something, have been asked before is there a chance, right? Do you still have hope? Because we have problems, we have financing problems, we have technology issues, international cooperation is not straightforward, so the question is there hope? And that was the fundamental question when we started our work on that report, thinking about a way up to 2050 that is technically practical, possible, economically viable, and also possible to be rolled out on a global scale. Of course, international cooperation is key. So for this session, we are going to have a presentation on that report by Christoph von Branconi. It's going to be about 15 minutes. After that, we're going to bring up a panel of experts that are going to reflect on the presentation. And this is Irene Cañas-Diaz, Nora Magero, Semida Silveira, and in the end, we're going to have a wrap-up, a conclusion by Franz Josef Rademacher. By the way, these are all 4 experts from the Council of Engineers for the Energy Transition. This is a council that was founded in November last year to support the Secretariat of the United Nations Secretary General, Antonio Guterres, with regard to energy transition, and engineers and experts in that field are going to have been working already on issues that are then going to be fed in the process, especially also for COP this year. So I'm welcoming Christoph von Branconi, the head of Global Energy Solutions, and would like to ask the technicians to put on his presentation. Thank you very much.
Well, thanks, Tobias, for your kind introduction. Ladies and gentlemen, as you learned in this remarkable conference, there are 1,001 aspects to get to net zero. Under the guidance of Professor Rademacher, we have been so courageous to just focus on the key questions. In order to have a reference solution at all, that was the question whether it was possible, so we have one, but we feel that it will be 2050 before the world has reached, it will be 2070 before the world has reached net zero and not 2050. And the solution that has been developed by the team allows prosperity for everyone, also for low and middle income countries like in Africa. Let me give you the insight. What was the approach? We divided the world in 3 groups. The rich OECD world, the so-called China Club, China, Russia, and the oil-rich countries of the Middle East, and what we call the Challenge Group, 128 mid- and low-income countries. Each of those 3 groups are today contributing about roughly 1/3 to global emissions. You see on the chart that the population and GDP numbers today and in 2050. Population growth only takes place in the Challenge Group. And the Challenge Group is the one that is entitled to grow without prioritizing climate issues. In our model, their GDP quadruples, basically meaning in our forecast, we think it's possible that by 2050, it is 4 times what it is today. And that, of course, will significantly help those countries to achieve their social development goals. Now, in terms of climate net zero achievement, the OECD group has the means and the commitment to be climate neutral by 2050. With regard to the China Club, China has said it will attain net zero in 2060. And so the question is, there will be no, or the point is there's no solution for net zero for the globe overall if there's not a solution for reaching net zero for the Challenge Group. So the real question becomes, how can the Challenge Group countries achieve net zero by the middle of the century? And what are the elements for that solution? From our point of view, there are 6 elements to consider. The first element is what we call power generation on 2 pillars. What is it? It deals with the issue that the higher the share of wind and solar energy becomes, the higher the effect and cost of volatility. Of course, always a little bit dependent on the geographic specificities, but in general, the higher the share of wind and solar energy, the larger the aspect of volatility of those deliveries become. So the conclusion was that in order to deal with the dark lulls, reliably controllable energy sources are also needed. And we are of the view that probably about 40 to 60% share for the so-called new renewables is what makes sense, and that the second reliably controllable energy source for countries should either be fossil energies with carbon capture in order to eliminate harmful emissions, or possibly nuclear energy in those countries which have the means and kind of the capabilities to apply nuclear energy. That leads to the second element of the solution. And the second element is what we call the joker. It is the carbon capture, utilization and storage technologies, which basically aim at capturing the CO2 from point sources where CO2 is emitted, and then either store the CO2 underground safely or make use, for example, in chemical products or possibly in e-fuels. Why is carbon capture, usage and storage, why is it the joker? It is because today the energy supply of the world is to 80% dependent on fossil fuels, and the business models of major countries like the US, like China, like Russia, are all heavily dependent on the usage of fossil fuels. And a cheap energy source is also fundamental to enable economic growth. So from our conviction, a lot speaks for very consistently applying carbon capture technologies, and one may also look to other people who dealt with the net zero challenge, like the International Energy Agency or IRENA. All consider carbon capture technologies as the major area where growth in application needs to happen in order to at all have a chance to get to net zero. Well, the third element of our solution are the climate neutral fuels and energy carriers. Climate neutral fuels and energy carriers are key for mobility. And mobility is a key element of perceived prosperity and freedom. So today there are 1.2 billion combustion engines in operation on the globe, and the number of combustion engines is still growing, larger than electric vehicles are growing. We have airplanes, cargo ships, all operated on fossil fuels. So the real challenge is that climate neutral fuels and energy carriers need to be developed as much as possible in order to allow operating most of those fleets on an ongoing basis. The solution must come either from e-fuels, which are basically fuels that are based on green energy, or from bioenergy-based fuels, with, of course, also a significant role for electric vehicles. But the challenge is so big that it will not be possible to achieve climate neutrality without a major contribution from climate neutral fuels and energy carriers. The fourth element is then linked to methane. That simply comes into play because methane is a very intense climate gas, and while it is on the one hand very dispersed, there are certain cases where it can be relatively easily minimized, the emissions. One are linked to the whole usage and value chain of liquefied natural gas. So if you eliminate emissions along these chains, then there's a big advantage regarding minimization of climate impact. and the other are kind of flare gases. When flare gases from the exploration of natural gases are emitted, then of course it is possible to kind of reduce the negative impact on the climate. And it is a relatively cheap way to improve the climate situation, as the methane itself has such a dramatic negative impact, so elimination gives us kind of a very positive effect. Now, after these technological focused elements, we have to talk about nature. Nature helps us. Those are the nature-based solutions. Nature buffers a quarter of emissions today, order of magnitude of 14 billion tons of CO2 equivalent. And that basically means we should strengthen nature to the maximum extent possible. And strengthening nature goes into two directions. One direction is protecting what is available. So protecting means maintaining rainforest and boreal forests and do whatever possible to kind of allow people to not cut them. And the second element is strengthening the further areas of nature that contribute positively to their positive climate effect. And those are primarily afforestation programs, and secondly, soil improvement activities, so that the CO2 capturing capability of soils are strengthened. The other big advantage of the strengthening of the nature-based solution program is that they are very important for job creation in kind of the low and middle income countries. And furthermore, of course, I mean, if nature is kind of supported, then we also get positive effects on the nutritional necessities. So, for the question of how can this program be financed, I want to deal with that in more detail. And the understanding is that the global north has to realize that it cannot attain net zero independently, and that there is a lot that the global south has to offer. And we used for that the term of system services. So basically, if, for example, rainforests are protected, or if afforestation programs are implemented, we consider this to be a system service that needs to be financed from, in our case, from the rich OECD countries. And basically, there are three major areas that we think needs to be supported from the global north. The first area is the area of the unconditional NDCs. Most countries have by now issued their nationally determined contribution programs, but most of them, or many of them, with a condition or so-called conditional program, which basically means that this program will only be followed if significant funds are made available. And the challenge here is that, of course, those programs at the end of the day need to get, if I may use the term, a quality of bankability. I mean, they must be so trustworthy and reliable that money can be put on the table to implement them. And therefore, we consider it necessary that significant funds are made available in order to review those programs and kind of structure them in a way that they really can become the basis of a contractual agreement. And when that is achieved, then it is possible to also introduce a cap-and-trade system so that the countries amongst each other can kind of look for the kind of most efficient and economically best approach to implementing programs, which becomes easier if the programs themselves are highly reliable. And we consider that a global cap-and-trade system is one of the fundamental necessities in order to enable kind of an efficient way for the globe to achieve net zero. So that's the first part of the governance and finance sector of our program. The second part then is following the idea from the Montreal Protocol. In the Montreal Protocol, there was differential costs paid from the northern or from the OECD type countries in order to enable kind of less developed countries to apply the most efficient technologies. And the same must be done in the context of climate investments. For example, if a power plant is invested somewhere in a country in Africa, the additional carbon capture technology and the higher cost of that additional piece of equipment should be borne from the OECD countries, as we have characterized it in a Montreal Protocol type of arrangement. And the same holds true for the necessary energy infrastructure investments. Also, the energy infrastructure investment need significant support from the OECD type countries. The third major area where support is needed is now the nature-based solution programs. This is the maintaining of the rainforest, the boreal forest, this is the afforestation, this is the soil improvement programs, because again, significant amounts of money are necessary. The benefit comes from employment, the benefits comes from also nutritional contributions. And our estimate was that this overall program would end up to some $1.2 trillion per year, which is pretty much an $800 per OECD citizen per year contribution, pretty much 12 times of what is kind of looked for today. And the motivation behind spending that money also lies in a possible global economic miracle that would be triggered from these investments. Let's briefly look to the visualization. So what you see here is on the left-hand axis the 53 billion tons of CO2 emissions today. What we visualize here is that how these can be reduced to 2050 and 2070. We are pretty certain that by 2050 we will not be at zero, but at 2050 we will probably be at least at 5 billion tons. 5 billion tons, yes, for example, due to the China situation that are only committed to 2060. And for example, India is committed to 2070. So we expect that also in case our programs are applied, at 2060 there will be at least 3 billion tons left. Under the blue line, the first areas A, D, and G, that is the ongoing contribution from nature, the reduction of 14 billion tons a year. Then you see a red line in the middle. This is what we would consider the business as usual curve. And finally, if our programs are implemented in the best case, the orange line that goes from 39 up to 0 in 2070 is what could be achieved. What are the takeaways? The reference solution shows that net zero is possible. There may be better solution, but without cooperation, there may be no solution at all. Reaching global net zero will be decided in the low and middle income countries, the challenge group. Technology and nature will have to play together, so there are key areas that need to be focused on the technology side, and at the same time, a lot of focus needs to go on nature, and hopefully innovation helps us on the way. Unfortunately, a yearly contribution of $800 per OECD citizen appears to be the minimum cost solution. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you very much, Christoph. If you hand over the microphone, then you can directly sit on the right-hand side on the stage, because people already know you. And then I would like to ask our panelists to come on stage. Irene Cañas-Diaz over here, Nora Magero, probably in the middle, and Semida Silveira on that side. And you could then also put the slide with all the names and pictures on. Yeah, thank you very much. This was a very rich presentation, I'd like to say. The report is also rich, and you did a good job in summarizing the main takeaways within 15 minutes. Thank you very much for that. And now we're very excited about your statements, your comments, your thoughts on that proposed solution. And you have broad history in working with sustainability, in climate. Internationally, you've been a vice minister of Costa Rica for environment and energy. This is exactly the linkage we are trying to highlight here, not only energy or environment, but how it can play together. Nora has rich experience in practical applications. You founded a startup in Kenya, Drop Access, that provides energy systems to the rural community, especially in a refrigerator. We heard about that in other panels yesterday and maybe also today. Semida Silveira, I think you've been at the conferences of the parties with regard to climate from the very first one in Berlin. I think later Chancellor Merkel was the environmental minister chairing that. So we are very interested about your comments on the reference solution. And maybe I'd like to ask Irene to start and go on.
Well, good morning. Thank you very much. And thank you for inviting me to this panel. I think the report was really interesting. For me, it was like, I believe it has a different approach to the problem, to the challenge that we have for climate change. And when I was reading the report, the first thing that I did was think about my country, Costa Rica. That is a small country, and you know, I don't know if you know that we are part of the OECD, but we are a very small and not a rich country. Definitely, we are not a rich country, but we are in that select group of countries. And the other thing is that Costa Rica is a very rare case, because we've been generating with renewable sources for so many years, and on the last, I think, 8 to 10 years, we've been able to generate more than 98% of our electricity with renewable sources, just 2% with fossil fuels. And that 2% is one of the things that the report says. It is needed for backup when we don't have enough wind during the dry season, and when we don't have enough water also during the dry season, because we have reservoirs that we storage water from the rainy season to the dry season. So for me, it was interesting to read the report, but also think about Costa Rica, because we've been managed to generate almost 100% renewable sources. And well, we don't have the solution yet for those 2%, because batteries is also a very expensive solution right now, and as the report says, it gives us just hours, not days of electricity, or weeks in the case when we have a very dry summer. So I was thinking, well, there's not a unique recipe for the solutions. So we need to look at each country or each region. And it took us a lot of years to get there. So when I think about climate change and what do we need to do, well, I naturally think that it is possible, because I live in a country when it has been possible. But we still need to work very hard, and we don't have time. So what it took to Costa Rica 70 years to get there, we need to move faster, and we need to have an open mind for other solutions. And related with nature-based solutions, there's other thing that Costa Rica has been working very hard. Since the 90s, we have a law that created a fund so we can finance afforestation and to protect rainforest, and to invest in more cover of forest in Costa Rica. Right now we have like 70% of our land covered by forest. So I think we've been working really hard to get the country that we have. So in my case, I think it is possible. And when I read the report, I believe that there are still so much to do in other countries. And certainly my doubts are on the carbon capture and storage. I have so many questions on that, because I think that the challenge that we all face in the whole world is the feasibility to develop the infrastructure. Generation, transmission, carbon capture storage. Every time it's more difficult to get the feasibility, not the technical, the social and environmental feasibilities to develop the infrastructure. So I think the challenge is there. Because the technology, we have the technology. But if we are going to think about carbon capture and storage as part of the solution, where, how much, the normative, who is going to regulate that, and the feasibility to get that infrastructure. So I think that we still need to work a lot, but I believe that we don't have to forget about the feasibility of developing the infrastructure, because every time it's harder and harder to get the permits to develop any infrastructure. And also the other thing, and I won't talk more, we know that for this renewable transition, we need a lot of materials and a lot of minerals. And every time it's harder to get the permits to mining. So again, we need to think about the feasibility of developing the infrastructure for everything. Mining, transmission, generation, carbon storage. So that will be my comment. Thank you, Tobias.
Yeah, thank you very much. Thank you very much. That was a very thank you very much. It's a very interesting statement, and if I highlight something, it's importance of infrastructure for the realization from getting the technical solutions into practice on large scale. Time is a factor, right? Because you said 70 years it took Costa Rica to develop that infrastructure and the feasibility and implementation practices, and we don't probably have 70 years yet, right? And the other thing is that we need to break down that global model that has been presented for being applied for individual countries, regional solutions, probably also national solutions, because every country, of course, is different. That will be probably a next step. You always have work to do, as you said, but of course this gives inspiration for how to break that down and how every country fits into that solution. Thank you very much for this. Nora, we are excited about your view because Christoph very much highlighted the importance of the so-called challenge group, and let me emphasize, challenge here is really about realizing prosperity and climate neutrality at the same time, right? Depending on how you pronounce it, how you use the word challenge can be negative, positive. We see that as really affirmative. This is where the core problem is, because so often global south countries have been exploited for the benefits of the others, and this is what is certainly not feasible for the future. So what are your comments about the report?
Oh my goodness. So I come from Kenya, and Kenya we have pretty much 90% renewable energy being injected into the grid, and I know we have the potential and we're driving to have 100% renewable energy being injected into the grid. And I've spent so many of my career years, very little compared to the panel, promoting renewable energy adoption, for it to be largely take part in the transition. But really, as an engineer and from a scientific perspective, I always knew at the back of my head that we're gonna need much more help to achieve net zero beyond just renewable energy. Mostly because I have such big issues with critical minerals leaving the continent in order to serve the renewable energy industries. And I could literally spend the whole day talking about it and what I think should be done right now. So that is why I really do agree that renewable energy won't really be the solution to take us fully to net zero as a continent. But now, when I read through the report and just the contributions that we really need to make. First of all, just even before I continue, thank you so much for clarifying the challenged countries, because I was quite taken back when I started reading the report, and I just needed to understand a bit much more, because I really do come from the challenged countries. I'm from the global south, obviously. So if we look at it from a point of prosperity and as we push for us to get to net zero, then truly it is a challenge for the world to take part in. So looking at the 6 pillars of how we can actually do get to net zero, and given my background working in renewable energy, but also my background as an engineer, I truly do agree that renewable energy alone is not sufficient. And also we need to look at the reliably controllable sources. But then I am just tempted not to truly agree that fossil fuel should still participate into this. And I won't even go around and say maybe, no, not really, because the more we have fossil fuels being put into the market, there's going to be a greater need to have a carbon sink for that. And it goes back to where, how, and how can we track this and really just ascertain that we can protect all these things, or rather the capture technologies, without really creating a greater crisis. I still need to see much more scientific perspective of the possibility of this, testing done to ascertain that this is safe for the environment and also safe economically. And there has been talk about Kenya being a possible carbon sink because of the Rift Valley rock structure and where the geothermal mining is happening. And I know there's a Norwegian organization that is going to do a pilot. And that obviously makes me question this Kenya being the possibility of one of the countries that actually carbon capture technologies and strategies are being implemented. Makes me go back to why this country and what are the safety parameters that have been implemented and tested, to the point where even with the growing population, we're now going to take so much land within the Rift Valley to ensure that we get to capture all this carbon to the benefit of the countries that are emitting it, and they're implementing these technologies within the Kenyan landscape, and the dollar just goes back to them. So I have so many questions when it comes to carbon capture, from a scientific perspective, but then also just from a social perspective. And I'm thinking, this report is such a hopeful perspective of what we really need to do, but my question is, must we really implement all the 6 pillars? Can we just try to work through better ways of implementing renewable energy technologies? It's obviously not foolproof. And limit carbon emissions as much as possible, implementing better technologies, reducing methane leakages and all that, but then also reducing their use as much as possible, instead of just ramping up as much as control as it can be. So I deep down believe that human beings cannot be trusted, truly, with the future of the continent. We are prone to chaos. And if we just open that pathway to say, oh yeah, let's go ahead and still explore the fossil fuels, there is a possibility that as much as the organization is going to set all the strategies on how to ensure that this is done, there's going to be leakages. Something is going to break. Somebody is going to become errant. And we've seen it, people just becoming non-compliant, really. And I really don't fully trust that, or rather, I don't really feel that the burden should be put on the challenged countries to be the sole determinant on how we are going to transit to net zero through the strategies stated out. Must we implement all of them 6? I agree with, I really personally do not mind nuclear energy as a solution, so long as I can be sure that if we install a nuclear plant in Kenya, it's going to be safe, and we've learned sufficiently from the disasters that have happened in the past, and the technology has been improved. I want to read that. I want to experience that, just to be so sure that we can go into nuclear without really focusing on going fossil fuel. I completely agree with nature-based solutions, mostly with soil protection and reforestation, but then it must be done appropriately. Right now, Kenya is really, really, really pushing. We have 4% forest cover as a country. That is just dismal. really. And we're really trying to push so that we get to 10% and even beyond 10%. And I see the country really focusing on reforestation measures. But then there's the big issue of the survival of all these measures that we're going to put into them. And it comes back to the soil, what can I say, the quality of the soil, the amount of water, and also just the strategies that have been put there to ensure that these forests actually do survive. So nature-based solution also must be done right. And also countries like Kenya should be given sufficient support to just ensure survival, and also better strategies being put to implement this nature-based solution, mostly stemming from capacity building being appropriately done to ensure that we do take nature-based solutions seriously within the African ecosystem. And I know there is enough, or rather there is sufficient space within the continent to, or even, what can I say, we have opportunities within the continent to implement nature-based solution. So I would rather scale down the second strategy, implementing fossil-based and looking more of how to ramp up nature-based solution as a way of just ensuring whatever carbon that is still being emitted, because obviously we can't reduce it completely, it can be injected into the nature-based solution, but not put up carbon capture technologies to be able to take up what's already being emitted from the fossil fuel.
Yeah, thank you very much. Thank you very much. And I think one thought that directly came into my mind is that when we were working on the report, the baseline was that we want to have that 6% on average of economic growth in the Global South countries, and for the least developed countries, the 7% on average per year. This is what the Sustainable Development Goals set as a goal, as a target, right? And then we thought, okay, which contribution or which option we have can contribute to achieving this prosperity goal in combination with the climate neutrality goal, right? And then we had the nature-based solutions. We looked what are the bottlenecks, what is the potential. We had the renewable energies, what are the bottlenecks. We had the hydrogen, what are the bottlenecks to scale up batteries, synthetic fuels. And at some point, all of those building blocks reached a certain bottleneck or limitation on the path to 2050. And we kept on adding building blocks to achieving that target, right? And so our report is more about not either or, but you need to do your best job in all of the areas to be able to really reach that goal, right? And this is probably one strength, because oftentimes a lot of discussions are on either battery electric vehicles or synthetic fuels, either renewables or control reliable sources, but we won't get to the goal if we do not employ all of them in a reliable way, in a possible, and this is what science and politics probably has to work on very strongly, right? Semida, you said you enjoyed being the last in the group, but we have another 15-20 minutes to go afterwards, so looking forward to your thoughts.
No, it was good because, as Rahma says, being the last, a lot has already been said, interesting comments have been made. But I'd like to start complimenting you for, the courage. I think Christopher said we were very courageous, and I agree. I think it's courageous to start an exercise like that. I know how difficult it is. You have a group, and then just creating the boundary of the study is a challenge of its own. And then doesn't matter, you take a big breath and try to encompass a lot. There are still things that you have to leave out to make it work. And but you want to have a system boundary that will make sense and bring insights. I also liked the name of the exercise, Pathways to Prosperity and Climate Neutrality, the aspect of really recognizing that we still need to continue building prosperity in other parts of the world. So I think it's very important. But also when you take a big breath like that, you also open many fronts where people can say, oh, but you didn't consider this, you didn't consider that. And then also a lot of fronts for criticism. And so I think I see the report very much, I mean the exercise and the results very much as a very nice way of kind of saying what do we see is possible. This is one scenario. Now you chose to work with one scenario of prosperity. You could have thought of a different scenario. I think one different scenario for me, I think this is a great opportunity to rethink the way we build prosperity. And this is not there at all. So the way we have built prosperity, really extremely resource intensive way of life. You know, I was thinking the way you introduced that I've been in this business of climate since COP1 and before, actually, thinking that how we, in the beginning, the countries were saying, oh, let's put the South to do things in the South, let's do collaboration so that we mitigate in the South. And the accusation that, okay, the rich countries don't want to do anything, in fact. They don't want to change anything. Actually, in the Bush administration, he says the American lifestyle is not in negotiation. And then really, when I look at the, you know, whenever I'm traveling in the US and wherever I look to the side, there are 6 lanes, and there are another 6 lanes, so 12 lanes of cars, and we want to solve the problem of transport emissions with electrification. And I don't see yet a serious discussion about sustainable mobility. So we are not thinking of rethinking the prosperity proposition. So this, for me, it reminds me also of the Brundtland report, when, you know, the Brundtland report was the first, let's say at the global level, the first milestone when it comes to sustainability. And, but if you read it really carefully, you will see that basically says, let's continue doing what we do, but a little bit better. That's what the Brundtland report actually does. Said we have to improve the proposition, but it's seen in perspective, was marginal. What is important, because it really kind of created a discussion at the global level, a serious discussion. So I think that your report can also create a big discussion, but really I promise you, the fossil fuel industry will love it, because the most important, the largest investments that are being made in the US today are in CCS. And despite all the other things that are being said, it's CCS. And this is to save the fossil fuel industry. I think we have an historical opportunity to rethink the way we build prosperity. And if we just work on the end of the pipe, because for me, CCS is end of the pipe. We are not building circularity. So if we continue doing this, you know, like in the 70s, it was like the chimney. So you put a filter, but you continue the process the same way. And then and this and that. So we want to go for renewables, but we want to go mining, we want to go in large scale in the same model. So unless we think circularity so that the materials get used in a different way, for the technical materials, we have to create circularity mimicking the nature, and for the bioeconomy, of course, it's quite easy to copy what nature does. So I think I would have liked if you kind of challenged. You didn't challenge, because then you navigate the status quo in a way. The way we build prosperity and the fossil fuel industry, you know. But I do like, for example, that you challenge the possibility of building renewables and doing electrification to the extent that is being proposed. I think that is good, that we challenge. I also skeptical about that. for various reasons, including the reasons that have been raised here also by my colleagues on the issue of social acceptance to operate and etc. And about, I know in the rhetoric, African countries often says, well, let us not stop us from using fossil fuels because we need to grow. But at the same time, we're cementing the same model, the same type of energy structure. But we do see that in places where they challenge that, and I can tell you that even in the US today, one of the big problems for expansion of renewables is acceptance by the communities. And then there are, various cases where the community have stopped, or they have to change the project, or they have to halve the project, etc. So the communities need to see ways of getting more out of it. So to finalize, I've been long here, but there is one more point I wanted to do, because you propose prosperity on 6-7% growth for the challenge group for the developing countries, and then we will mobilize a lot of resources for the CCS. So let us play with the idea that we will manage to have that transfer of cost, because we have seen how difficult it is to get the transfer of resources. But let's say we do. So we mobilize all those resources, and then let's also play with the thought that there will be enough sites and there will be enough acceptance to use those sites. Still, when those investments come, they will not generate jobs. So I wonder where the 6-7% will come from, because the CCS will not generate jobs. They will, so it's challenging in many ways. I don't know, I think you don't go around a deep discussion on whether there will be enough sites and enough social acceptance, but for the developing countries, these are, again, it would be an investment that would come, that we use the sites, that will pay for the services, which is good, but it will not generate jobs. So the 6-7%, I don't know. And then we will be mobilizing a lot of resources at the international level for that purpose.
Yeah. Thank you very much. I'm just going to get my clock. And Semida, you touched upon a very important point, right? You talked about financing the whole program, and you talked about the fossil fuel industry that might be very interested in that report, but maybe not involving the industry to a necessary extent is also the reason why we do not gather enough funding globally for a transition, right? And if you look into where the capital is globally, it is 5 to 7 times higher in the private sector than on the state level, but everybody's always looking onto the state level and to do the job without looking into what industry can contribute. And Christoph, you have experience in the private sector, working with plant facilities. What do you think, what would be the reaction of industry when they look into our program, and what are the challenges, to not let them take over and define their path, so this is whatever bad has happened will continue forever, right? But how can we get them involved without giving away, so to say, the lead to achieve our goals?
Well, Tobias, thank you. And thank you for the 3 very interesting contributions, which generate at least some intention on my side to give a few comments, which I think are important. First of all, we did not end up with the solution we originally wanted. So when we started out, we hoped that we could capture the solar energy in the solar belt of the globe and just get the energy to where it is needed. And we very soon found out that that is a dream that within the time span that is given will not be possible, simply due to a lot of limitations in terms of generating enough hydrogen from electrolysis and getting the hydrogen to the places where the energy is needed. So the original dream solution, we had to scrap. Secondly, when we look to the various options available, there was one option which is the absolute best one in terms of resource usage in the sense of making the least use of minerals and so on and so forth, which is nuclear energy. Again, a solution which we adapted more than we originally wanted, but still we see significant limitations in putting all hopes on that energy source. Yeah? And if I now work further down the line with those two limitations given to us, then I'm suddenly seeing that 80% of energy used today is fossil nature. There are a lot of countries that are having their business model based on the usage of them. So what possibly can be done to apply this in a way that it kind of can be acceptable? And that is something where I learned from you, and I'm not surprised that carbon capture is lacking acceptability today. Yeah, it is applied on a certain scale. I mean, there are 40 million tons captured these days, and they are used mostly to retrieve gas or oil. But we certainly see that from the technological point of view of the capture, it is mature in certain applications, not in all applications. But a lot needs to be done to kind of get to the acceptance level. And just you interestingly addressed this aspect of prosperity, which was kind of taken as a natural given in our program. And I think there are two sides to that coin. The ones that don't yet have the prosperity, I mean, they don't want to go for the discussion of not getting there. It is probably more the side that already has the prosperity that starts discussing, do I really need it? But from what we observe in reality, I mean, there is politically, it is very, very difficult to give up on something that you think you have, although there may be erosion. I mean, Europe is in a perfect path to erosion of prosperity, and let's not fool ourselves on this. But as a general guideline for the program, I accept the attention you are giving, that we not question it. So that's from my end. And now, I mean, regarding the industry, and I think job creation has very significantly been linked to the nature-based solutions programs. If that is not used for job creation, I'm with you, it will not come from the technical solution side.
And also what Nora said is that having bigger parts of the whole value chain in, for example, any technology that you have, that African countries are not only there for the minerals and the resources to be extracted and then processed and sold again to Africa from other parts of the world. This was also something already raised, for example, by Zimbabwe on the last COP, that everyone is basically chanting for keeping more of the value creation within the countries where the resource is also used and is extracted, right? Let me provide the floor to Franz Josef Rademacher on different angles. One is financing, right? Our report emphasizes that approximately tenfold the amount of money needs to be spent on realizing that project, the program, and also here the terminology challenge group can be used here, because it's also probably a huge challenge for the extended OECD countries to, really spend that funds, right? So from that perspective, the whole challenge group thing turns around, and the extended OECD then becomes the challenge group, right? To then be implementing together with Global South countries the prosperity models. And probably, Semida, if you want to touch upon that point, when you set the boundary conditions like pricing CO2, like not destroying nature, not exploiting the planet, so to say, right? Probably within that decades to 2050, prosperity models might change automatically, because, for example, resource extraction, fossil fuel use, CO2 production is not as cheap as it is now, right? So probably materialistically, the way we live in 2050 from the prosperity point of view is also going to change as an inherent component of the whole program, right? To which extent, in which region, I cannot say right now, right? I don't have a glass skull. But Franz Josef Rademacher, please, your wrap up within the last 5 to 10 minutes. Please, come here. You want wanted to stand, right? Yeah, then I can keep
So
sitting.
you can sit.
Thanks.
You are young enough, you're allowed
Sit.
to sit, yeah. And I say hello to everybody, and I'm very grateful that we have this session, and I'm grateful that we have this wonderful panel, and I'm particularly grateful that Irena, Noah, and Semida took the time and the effort to look into the report and to give a kind of feedback, which is very important for us in going on with what we are working on. And our starting point was Indira Gandhi's speech, now 51 years ago, at that time in Copenhagen, when she said to the rich world, "We will go with you for nature, but only if we can follow concerning prosperity. And we are absolutely not willing to accept that we will not have prosperity only to protect the environment while you sit there on your high level, good situation, exploiting us. We will not accept that." And I took China as the example, and they had 10 to 12% growth for 2 decades. And the biggest achievement was to bring several 100 million of people out of poverty. This is a real big social contribution to sustainability. The price is that they now have so much CO2 as the OECD countries all together. So that was, of course, our main problem. How to have the prosperity and at the same time solve the climate problem and do Agenda 2030, even if it takes until 2050. Yeah? But however to achieve this, that was the main challenge we had to deal with. And I found it interesting. Semida, you said, where is the circularity? We have to go to circularity. Many people do not realize that the carbon capture way is circular carbon. So you have the carbon in the ground, you take it out as a gas, you burn it, you capture the CO2, you do the CO2 back into the same places where you took the gas, and the carbon goes back. So what you have is, you have a carbon circulation. It is circular economy if you do carbon capture. Now, people are afraid what might happen. For me, important is that the president of Norway, which for many people is a very important country for sustainability, he offered the Europeans to store all CO2 in Europe over this century in his caves, where he took the gas out. He wants to put the CO2 back in the same spaces where it had been for a million years. The Norway president offered it to the Europeans for 30 euros per ton of CO2, the storage. I mean, it's expensive. You have to capture it, you have to transport it, then you have to store it. And I think he gave a very important hint when he said, of course, our lifestyles in the north would massively have to change if we, on average, would have to pay this 800 euros per year for the transformation process, because it would make us considerably lose standard of living if not other forces would compensate for that.
800 euros per person in the OECD
Yes.
for 1.5 billion, right?
Yes.
Exactly.
Yes,
That
this is
the
so it would mean the lifestyles of 1.5 billion people would considerably change if they had to give $800 a year to global development. And that is not in their purse afterwards. That money is in global development. And that pays all the things needed. And you said, well, where are the jobs? Yeah, it's clear where the jobs are. We want that Africa doubles population. They will build the biggest cities in the world. They will build all those skyscrapers. They need the steel. They need the concrete. And it should be produced in Africa and not come from China. And by producing all that what is needed to have a population doubling in urbanization and increasing prosperity, that creates the jobs. But this process has to be co-financed, and therefore the rich countries, they have to transfer that money. And that is exactly what they not want. So in every debate I follow since 20 years is, we have a financial problem. We do not have the resources. Where do we get the finance? Today there is in the Austrian journal, they say, the money for climate adaptation in the, what we call the challenged countries, we need 20 times as much money for adaptation. We have the money for the adaptation. We don't do what we should do because these rich countries, they are so unwilling to spend money somewhere else. They always want to spend their money at home so that it goes into their purse when they have jobs. What they not want is that the money goes to Africa. Africa imports 90% of processed food for Africa is imported. We want that it is produced in Africa and nowhere else, and that they export. But therefore, they need the money to create that process, and that is a crucial thing. And I personally believe the biggest obstacle to our proposal is not the carbon capture. It is the money transfer. And this rich world will do everything not to transfer. And therefore, that is the point we have to work on. And I think this discussion can help us to even strengthen those points. So I thank you all very, very much. It was very inspiring for me to have you here discussing this with our group. And of course, my thanks goes to everybody here, but naturally particular to our moderator, because he organized it all. And for you to participate, to our chairperson, who comes from industry and has all the information. And there is a very close link to nature-based solutions. And there is Estelle Herlin. And there is a nature-based solution topic afterwards in this conference. Thank you all so much.
Thank you very much.
Good morning. Distinguished participants, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Sheila Paracha, and I'm the director of the Energia International Network on Gender Sustainable Energy. As a moderator of today's event, I extend a warm welcome to all of you to discuss this important topic, energizing equality, harnessing women's power and skills for climate action and sustainable energy. This event is co-hosted by the LDC Group on Climate Change, the conveners of the Gender and Energy Compact, UNIDO, Energia and GWNet, SE for All, OSCE, and Lean Equity. Our discussion this morning is going to delve into the pivotal role of women in the climate and sustainable energy workforce. Addressing gender disparities in this sector, particularly with regards to STEM and leadership, the event highlights climate action and sustainable transition as catalysts to advance diversity, inclusion, and gender equality. However, in this landscape of possibilities, challenges do persist, and efforts are needed to attract, retain, and promote diverse talents, bridge skill gaps, and advance SDG 7 on energy, SDG 5 on gender, and SDG 13 on climate. You're most welcome. Based on this context, our distinguished speakers will deliberate on strategies to enhance women's effective participation in the climate and energy sector, the relevance of gender disaggregated data, discuss the unique needs of women in least developed countries, and share best practices for creating inclusive workplaces. So without further ado, I'm now honored to welcome Rana Konim, Chief of the Energy Systems and Industrial Decarbonization Unit at UNIDO. Rana, I hope I said your last name correct. You're most welcome.
Thanks a lot, Sheila. I realize I need to get a bit higher for this. Well, good morning, and thank you so much for joining us here today. It's absolutely my pleasure to be in this side event, a topic that's very close to my heart. Actually, so in addition to my role, I'm leading the development and coordination of all the work here for the Vienna Energy and Climate Forum. And I asked the team not to book me any speaking slot because I have like 5% brain capacity left. But when they told me about this event, I said, no, absolutely, I want to be part of it because, you know, it's actually, from the title, very energizing to be among, you know, supporters, you know, be it our male supporters here or also all the great women leaders that are gathered with us here, and Sheila and Irene and Ute and others, they're all amazing role models. So from my perspective, I think one thing we try to also highlight within the forum is to integrate the gender discussion into the plenaries. So it's not only a quantitative issue of having gender parity, which we strived for throughout all the panels and side events and all that, but at the same time to make sure that there is a qualitative discussion happening around the role of women as well. And here we are tackling two very important topics, skills and also data. We know that although in the renewable sector, you know, there tends to be more representation of women, at the same time, we're really not there yet in terms of getting to 50% or representation. And you see here, you know, there are a few things I stand for. Equality, 30 by 30 from the SEM, the SDG 7 goals. So these are things that are always anchored here, and I'd love to see that we are able to actually move on that. But to move on that, you know, there are a couple of things we still need to work on, and this is where our work with the Gender Energy Compact and with our partners from Energia and GWNet comes in, because what we're saying is we can't manage this transformation to bring more women into the energy sector without the right policies that support us in getting through with our careers and advancing in our careers. We can't do it in the entrepreneurship side as long as there is no financing that is available as well for women. We can't do it if there's not really training and development for leadership and advancement in our career paths. And so it's really a very timely discussion here to look at what GWNet and others have done in terms of research on the skills and the data. And I really hope that you also contribute to this discussion and share your insights. Thank you so much for joining us again. And yeah, I'll pass over again to you, Sheila.
Thank you. Rana, thank you very much for your remarks, and I'd like to acknowledge UNIDO's role as being the official host of the Gender and Energy Compact. It sends a very strong message that an intergovernmental organization that works at the intersectionality of sustainable energy, of climate, and of industrial development is hosting the compact. So we thank you for your leadership there. I'm now pleased to welcome Ms. Rosemary Idem, Manager of the Women and Youth at the Forefront Program at ESSI for All, to give her opening remarks.
Thank you, Sheila, for that kind introduction. Actually here representing the CEO and SRSG who couldn't make it, unfortunately, so permit me to give her remarks on her behalf. So, distinguished colleagues, invited guests and friends, I would like to welcome you all to this event that looks at how to harness the power and skills of women to achieve an equitable energy workforce as a first step in achieving a just energy transition. Gender diversity in the workforce drives innovation, opens new pathways for technology deployment, brings more valuable perspective to social and economic development, and provides a richer pool of talent and for emerging industries such as climate and energy technologies. However, the energy sector is characterized by a severe underrepresentation of women at all levels. So the global energy industry right now employs almost 30 million people, with women only representing 32%. But where we see a major challenge is in the leadership positions, where less than 35% of women are in boardrooms and directors globally. So, ladies and gentlemen, the global energy transition provides a unique opportunity to promote diversity, reach inclusion goals, and achieve equality in the energy sector. It's expected that about 42 million jobs will be created by 2050 in the renewable energy sector alone. So we therefore need to ensure that we create spaces for women to not just enter the workforce, but to also advance in their careers. At ESSI for All, we put gender equality in the heart of our work in SDG 7 by enhancing women's full participation in the sustainable energy solution space at every level. Through our Women at the Forefront program, which I'm proud to lead, we are expanding professional opportunities for women in the energy workforce while supporting and championing the future energy leaders. We do this by providing mentorship, technical trainings, sponsorships to events like this to help women advance their careers and skills and prepare them for leadership roles in the future. So for us to see transformative change in the sector, the policies we develop, the energy transition plans we design, and the financing we deploy must be backed by the right information and data. However, gaps in gender disaggregated data in the energy sector makes it very difficult to set targets and measure progress, especially in developing and least developed countries. So we must therefore come together to improve systematic data collection in order to better understand the trends and identify key actions to increase diversity, inclusivity in the energy sector. By implementing gender-responsive policies, providing targeted support, and fostering inclusive partnerships, we can be able to harness the full potential of women in driving a sustainable energy workforce. I would like to therefore also urge all here to push for greater action at all levels, from global platforms to subnational fora. It will help us create the enabling conditions that will attract and retain a diverse workforce to ensure a clean, just, and inclusive energy transition. I also want to take this opportunity to also thank our partners, including the LDC Group for Climate Change, OSCE, Lean Inequity, and of course the Gender Energy Compact champions, which are UNIDO, Energia, and GWNet, for organizing this event. So I wish you all a successful event, and I look forward to the recommendations that we can take forward. Thank you.
Rosemary, thank you very much for setting the tone of our discussion and also for your call for action. I'm now pleased to invite two scene-setting keynote addresses. The first is going to be from Ms. Stella Funzani Gama, Director of Forestry at Malawi's Ministry of Natural Resources and Climate Change. Ms. Stella's, in her capacity as UNFCCC negotiator for Malawi and LDC Group on Climate Change, she will discuss the challenges and the needs of women from least developed countries and share lessons from the mentorship program for women climate negotiators. Madam Stella, the floor is yours.
Greetings to you all. My name is Stella Gama. I work with the Department of Forestry in the Ministry of Natural Resources and Climate Change in Malawi, but I'm also a negotiator with the Least Developed Countries Group at the UNFCCC. I support the group on gender and climate change, but also on technology development and transfer. So under the gender work with the least developed countries, we are working on a study to understand the causes of low representation of female negotiators in the UNFCCC process. So it is teamwork. I'm just representing the team. So at the UNFCCC, we have said the climate policies and actions should be responsive to gender power structures, social constructs, and they should also recognize and respond to the needs, perspectives, the rights of women and men, and also enhance and protect women's human rights. Despite seeing improvements over the years in the UNFCCC, we acknowledge that gender equality is a key issue. However, women's participation still remain lower than men in the UNFCCC process, and also the constituted bodies that are in existence. This low participation is even more conspicuous in members from the least developed countries. The Climate Convention started as a gender-blind convention when we started the talks in the 90s. However, in the UNFCCC 2001, that's when we had the first decision looking at the needs of women, and it talked about the representation and participation of women, that we should enhance the representation and participation of women in the UNFCCC processes. And then there was nothing that we talked about women and gender until in 2012 in Doha, where we said we need a specific gender, a standalone gender item on the COP agenda. Because before we did not have a gender and climate change agenda item, but now we have it since 2012. And in 2014, after 2012, there were a number of gender mandates in, especially in adaptation agenda items. So we said we need a comprehensive, coherent work on gender under the UNFCCC. So in 2014, parties led by the Least Developed Countries Group established a 2 years Lima work program on gender. And it is still in progress after it was reviewed and extended up to now. In 2016, That's when we extended the Lima Work Program on Gender. In 2017, then we also developed a gender action plan to go with the Lima Work Program on Gender. So now we have the Gender Action Plan and the Lima Work Program on Gender. Another review of these two instruments will happen next year. So the Lima Work Program on Gender and the Gender Action Plan look at three major issues: the goal of gender balance in the processes, constituted bodies and committees, gender responsive policies, and also the women participation and women empowerment in the UNFCCC process. But however, if we look at the timeline from 2001 to date 2023, the progress, especially on gender balance, is there. It is steady, or I would say slow, because we still don't see us reaching the 50-50 goal. Sometimes we get to 35, sometimes we get to 40, and sometimes we drop to 25%. But we would love to see 50% of women participating in decision-making, in delegations, and also in constituted bodies. So the study wants to understand why is it that we have underrepresentation in especially for the women in the UNFCCC process. So to understand the causes of gender imbalance, to identify good and promising practice for addressing gender balance, and how we can also increase the meaningful participation and representation, to ascertain the challenges and opportunities for increasing women's participation in the process, identify entry points in form of policies, practice, and plans at both national and international level to advance gender equality, and also to develop an advocacy process, message support, policy, practice, and programming to change the mindset of everyone, including the women themselves, that they need to participate in this process. There is nothing for women without them. So allow me to go to the preliminary findings of the study. The study is ongoing, but what is it that we have identified as the drivers behind the inadequate representation? They are many, and I believe by the end of the study, we will have more drivers, more challenges, and more issues being presented by the female delegates from least developed countries. So most respondents indicate that they are not adequately represented at the highest levels in negotiation process, and they state that this is because of the following. We have traditional and patriarchal norms and biases which exist in our countries, especially the least developed countries in Africa, in Asia, in the Caribbean. So that also influences our participation. So we need continuous capacity building, continuous empowerment, so that we change this mindset. Sometimes it's also because of lack of financing and funding to participate in activities like this, to attend the subsidiary body meetings or to attend the conference of the parties. And sometimes, most of the times, if you look at the statistics for the subsidiary body participation and the COP, most women will participate at the subsidiary bodies in June. That's the mid-year climate conference. Most men will attend the main decision-making conference of the parties. There's also limited involvement in leadership and decision-making roles. And this is where the women themselves need to be aggressive, change the mindset that sometimes it will be given to you on a silver platter. Make your entry into the spaces and the opportunities to lead and to make decisions in the process. Ineligibility due to maybe missing requisite skills. People feel that they have to be a diplomat, they have to have certain skills, and because of that, there are opportunities that you can get capacity building in those areas. Myself, I have been trained by, sometimes in Malawi, but also by UNITA. They still have online courses, and the Women in Development organization, WIDO, they provide, every year, they provide negotiator training sessions at the COP where you can benefit from negotiation skills, diplomacy skills, as well as leadership skills. Others, it is people saying that maybe the climate conferences are not child-friendly, but this has improved. You can bring your babies to the climate conference. Visa and other travel logistics are still an issue. People fail to come to meetings as these because of visa issues. Sometimes it's also just because of inadequate awareness on opportunities. And because of these challenges, we have also created what we call a Women Leaders Network within the UNFCCC. The role is to provide social support to women in the process, but also to mentor the young ones who are coming into the process, who find the process overwhelming and challenging. But when they look up to leaders, we share our lessons on how we became negotiators, the challenges we faced. They are encouraged to go on with the process so that they can be retained in the system, because that's also another challenge. To bring in people can be easy, but to retain the female negotiators for a longer period, longer than 3 years, is also a challenge.
Can I ask you to wrap up in the next minute?
So, what is it that we can do? We need affirmative action, nominations from country parties, nominate women, provide travel funds for women, whether at national level or through international organizations such as the ones I have benefited from, Women Development, Women Delegates Fund, and maybe funds from the group of the least developed countries. Quotas and targets in the constituted bodies, we should be able to say that the Clean Development Mechanisms Board should have at least 40% women. Now, out of 20 people, there are 2 women in the Clean Development Mechanism Board. We should address structural discrimination issues. We should enhance and strengthen the mentorship programs that exist amongst the women leaders, those upcoming leaders, and also the female youth. Develop national gender action plans. We need a robust gender and climate change actions at national level, and that will bring in more gender responsiveness at global level. I have a lot to talk about, but time is not with us. Thank you for listening.
Thank you very much, Stella. Could you please tell us when the study will be ready? Assuming possibly early next year.
2024 March.
Okay, great. So we'll have a chance to read it then. And thank you very much for the recommendations, which apply, which for me apply, I feel apply not just to the COP negotiations, but can be applied to many other intergovernmental intergovernmental processes. I'd now like to invite our second keynote address, which will be delivered by Ms. Christine Linz, Executive Director of GWNet, who will present new research findings that are hot off the press, Europe's energy transition, women's power in solving the labor bottleneck. Christine, the floor is yours. And let us be disruptive. I asked my panelists to sit. I see you cannot see the screen. If you would like to take a seat in front, you're most welcome. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Sheila. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Well, my first disruption was already that I moved this microphone stand because I feel I need a bit more space to move around. Thanks a lot, Stella, for your insights in the climate space. I'm going to complement this now with some insights on the energy transition sector. A word about GWNet, the Global Women's Network for the Energy Transition, is a membership-based non-profit association headquartered here in Austria, which currently has over 4,000 members from 150 countries and works with numerous international organizations and women in energy networks, both on the regional and national level. One of our partners, Lean In, is here co-organizing this event today, and there are many others around here. So we are happy about this, and our work is, our focus is on empowering women in that space, in the energy space, through interdisciplinary networking, advocacy, training, and mentorship. We work a lot also on the data side, not in isolation, but in cooperation with many partners, particularly IRENA, the International Renewable Energy Agency. Rosemary has quoted some of these figures, so there are currently about 12.7 million people employed in the renewable space globally, and this number is supposed to increase to 42 million by 2050. When you look at job creation projections for the EU in different sectors that you find here on the right-hand side of the slide, you see varying numbers depending on different studies leading up to 2025, 2030, and this already, I think, shows one of the challenges, mainly that many different organizations use different baselines, and so these data are not always very easy to compare. And I think also on the global level, all the data that we have, this is, I would say, a first evidence, and we should do more, and I think we should do more in a joint effort to really get a better data source. But it's very clear, if we don't have the data, it's very difficult to hold our political decision makers accountable for how the situation of women in that space also evolves. Again, work from IRENA that we contributed to, the share of women in energy is with, as you see, or in renewable energy, is with 32% higher than the share of women in oil and gas, where it's only 22%. We have different figures in the wind sector, where it's just 21%, solar PV 40%. But what is very clear, we are far away from the economy-wide average, and this is exactly where I would say the problem starts. Because I was about 2 weeks ago at a solar PV conference, very technical in Frankfurt, and I was speaking there at the session on diversity, equity, and inclusion, and I was actually expecting that the room would be empty because it was all these solar PV asset managers, very technical in their optimization and financing, etc., etc. And no, it was the contrary. The room was packed, because the session was focusing on battling the labor shortage. And at least in Europe, and I think also to a certain extent in the US and in many OECD countries, we see that companies are actually struggling to find talent in that space. And so the need for attracting the women is becoming more and more important. And this I found very interesting, because we see that not, of course, because of equity considerations, women have to be at the table, but I think this sector will only really thrive if it manages to attract the best talents of both women and men, and in that respect, we need to take action. Here is a slide from the study on women's participation in the EU workforce. Now, in general, and not specifically in the energy sector, but what we see, and I think this is a common trend in all parts when we talk about general jobs, including the administrative jobs, the share of women is, of course, higher. So you have here the overall labor force, where we are nearly at 50%, as we have also seen before. But then when it moves down to the C-suite, we see that clearly the share of women, of course, in the executive and CEO share is really much lower. Something I think also that you, Rosemary, have referred to initially. So there is need to take action. And yes, it's a human right to have access to employment on equal term with men, but we also have evidence that companies with diverse leadership, they really show better economic results. And I think this is the convincing factor. It just makes a lot of sense. And what I'm actually really pleased here in this room is that we initially were thinking that we only have a women-only audience, and this is really great. I see Kande, I see Daniel, I see many people, and we need you, because you are really our champions, because we really believe that this equality issue is not something that should be tackled by the women alone. It's something that needs to be tackled by society as a whole, and we need you all in this fight. And where there's also evidence is that companies with diverse leadership have more stringent decarbonization policies. And I think there it starts really to get interesting, because that goes also in the direction which we want to go. Again, here, this is the study that Sheila has referred to, Europe's Energy Transition, Women's Power in Solving the Labor Bottleneck. I would like to acknowledge my colleague Irene Ginner-Reichel, who was leading the work from GWSI on this. It's work that we did on behalf of the Friedrich Ebert Stiftung. And this study argues that there are strategies to address skill shortages, because we need to attract more women to that sector and to that workforce. And then it provides recommendations for all different target groups, from policymakers to companies, to employment, to unions, and also to the education sector, because we need to tackle the issue on all different fronts. I think for the sake of time, to make your life easier, Sheila, I'm not going to go into all these recommendations in great detail. I think we'll be able to share the slides afterwards, or also you can download the study from our website. And I think we'll also, especially in the discussion that we're going to have afterwards, go back to some of these, so I don't want to be repetitive, and we can keep those. But I think everybody in this equation has a share and a role to play, and this is what we are trying to really sort out. And I think it's very important to do some foresight studies, because very often we also do not really know what the needs are, and so it's difficult to attract. We need mentoring, we need role models. It has been referred to. I was yesterday at this Women Changemaker session, and the importance of role models, of networks, was highlighted there also quite significantly, and I think all these things are important elements. And of course, everybody has a role to play when it comes to attracting women, to retaining them, and then to promoting them. And finally, also, of course, there is the need to ensure gender balance in promotional materials in STEM education and other technical vocational educational trainings. It starts very early on. I think it's not that these women will materialize from one day to the other, but we need to start very, very early on in the education sector to really focus on making this transition. The study also contains a couple of good practice examples. It does not, there are already several governments, organizations. I see here Jean-François Equality Initiative of the Clean Energy Ministerial. There are lots of initiatives out there, and this provides some inspiration on how others are doing it. A great program outside the European Union, Energía Más Mujer, for example, from Chile, where the Chilean government has put a focus, an action plan on mainstreaming gender in energy. So they have a dedicated unit on mainstreaming gender in the energy sector in the Ministry of Energy, and that involves also the industrial players. So these examples are out there. There's also an initiative from the energy community in Southeast Europe working on gender disaggregated data. There is a need to do more. I mentioned there are some data already, but we still have a huge issue in comparing them all. So numerous good practices exist, but I think the focus of our work now needs to bring them to scale, replicate them, and really make sure that we move quickly in the direction towards gender equality and attract young women, particularly to this really exciting and forward-looking sector. The sector being at the heart of the solution, and I think this is absolutely the great beauty of it. And for this, to achieve this, I think it's important that we all work together. And in that sense, I'm really grateful that we have this side event here today with all the partners, energy, and all the others to debate these strategies. Thank you very much.
I think your seat has been taken, but thank you very much. They will be moving, don't worry. Thank you very much, Christine, for sharing that, for sharing the study. The roadmap that you presented is not just relevant for policy and practice in Europe, but there are key lessons for other regions that we can build on. And so it's really important to build this evidence for decision making. We'll now move into the reflection that we're going to have from our distinguished and esteemed panel of panelists, of speakers, and I'd like to ask you to again take your seats on the podium. This is a topic, an event where we are going to be disruptive, so we can get our brain cells moving and really call for really have an intense discussion. So we have esteemed speakers here from government, from civil society, from intergovernmental organizations, and from the private sector. And aside from what you have heard from the scene setting segment of our event, I'd like for you to reflect from your own experiences on what you have done to catalyze change, empowering leadership and breaking barriers. And do this by reflecting on three questions. The first one is what concrete actions and policies can be put in place to scale up recruitment, retention, and advancement of women's pivotal role in climate action and the energy transition. The second is what initiatives and strategies can be implemented to foster women's leadership in climate and sustainable energy workforce, ensuring that their voices are heard at decision-making levels. And the final one, which I think is really important, is how we can dismantle gender stereotypes, building on what we've heard from the studies, and overcome existing barriers to encourage women to pursue careers in the climate and sustainable energy sector. And what benefits does diversity bring to drive sustainability and innovation? So a lot of questions, you don't have to answer all of them. You can answer one, you can summarize them, one or two. And I'm also going to put Kande Mkela, Dr. Kande Mkela from Sierra Leone on the hotspot, because I will be also asking for you to give your reflections as well. Thank you so much for joining our session. So let me start with perspectives from government. Brynhilde Surason, specialist from the Ministry of Foreign Affairs in Iceland. Please, could you share your thoughts with us?
Yes, thank you, Sheila. I would like to start by saying that I'm really grateful to be here today, addressing such an important topic, such an important event. You know, coming from Iceland, we have for a long time in our development policy, the empowerment of women and gender equality has been like a guiding light in our policy for many years, and like a foundational this part of it's like a foundational, how do I say it, foundational part, I guess. And we really, 80% of our development finance goes towards projects that in some way enhance gender equality, empowerment of women, and 20% of these 80% goes towards projects that have gender equality as a principal aim. And we have been, from the start, supported C for All, and we were also one of the first signatories for the first Gender Energy Compact. So this really reflects where we stand at home, where gender equality has come a long way. And I'm really happy to report that in our new development policy, which is currently under public consultation, this will continue to be a guiding light that is proposed in the new policy. So Iceland really acknowledges that a fundamental part of addressing the climate change challenge and transitioning towards sustainable development is to provide women a bigger role in the energy transition. And this transition has to be just and inclusive. So we have to address energy poverty, but women are at the end of the line. They are the most vulnerable group when it comes to energy poverty. But it's not enough just to provide them access to energy. We have to provide them access to clean energy, and this will enhance their security, their health, and this will also empower them economically. And that is really crucial because research really shows that if you provide women, make them a part of a workforce within a company, for instance in the renewable sector, and better yet, provide them with leadership positions, good things happen. And I can provide you with an example from Iceland. Reykjavik Energy Company, Reykjavik Energy Utility Company, which is one of the biggest energy company in Iceland and is the main provider of energy in Reykjavik. About 40 to 50% of its managing position are filled up by women. And I think it was a few years ago that the CEO of the company even said this occurred after women were, a bigger part of the board of directors and leadership position across the company. And then profits went up. So I would say this is pretty much a no-brainer. This is a clear example. We are very advanced in the renewable energy sector, and this is just a clear example how beneficial women can be within this sector. And I just want to also, because Sheila meant how to dismantle gender stereotypes and overcome existing barriers, I think it's really important, and Christine also mentioned it before in her lecture, that attention must be paid to educating young girls and boys, because there are those social norms in place where the young generation and the older generation is thinking that women can't participate in these male-dominated fields and subjects. There has to be a shift of perspective here, and we need to encourage young girls and women that have interest in those male-dominated subjects to pursue those subjects and give them more access to role models. I think that would make a lot of a difference. And just altering their view, and better yet, just prevent this view from happening altogether. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Brynhilde. And indeed, we do acknowledge the role that Iceland played at the high-level dialogue on energy, where your minister was in the forefront of the launch of the Gender and Energy Compact that now boasts 85 signatories. 10 or Katrina, is it 11 now, are our governments and our member states. But I also recall, Dr. Kande, that the president of Iceland, so the highest level of decision-making from your country, was very much together with us when we were working towards the SDG 7 in the earlier years. So really embracing a leaving no one behind agenda. And he stayed for 2-hour meetings, which is remarkable when you think of how busy most presidents are. So now I'd like to move to Mr. Jean-Francois Garny, Head of Clean Energy Ministerial Secretariat, to give your reflections.
Thank you very much, Sheila, and thank you very much for the organizer for allowing me to. I feel very proud as a man to be standing on this with such, a talented group of powerful women who actually are the embodiment of why this is important. And I'll echo what Christine said in terms of it's great to see some men in the room. I'll say I would have wished there would be more men in the room. Because if there's one message that I think we need to get out of here is, gender equality is not a women's issue. It is a societal issue. If we know of one thing, in order to achieve the energy transition, we'll need all the skills that we can get. And shutting down half of that skill set is not a good idea if we are to succeed. And this is also why I'm proud to be here as the head of the SEM Secretariat, because at the SEM, we've been looking at these socio-economic issues of the transition from the get-go. We've been around for about 15 years, and look at issues such as the opportunities for jobs, such as the skills needed, but also the inclusivity, making sure that women, youth, marginalized people, all are part of the solution set that we look into. And so it's very, very important for us to be able to be here, to be partnering with GWNet, with SE4All, with all the partners in terms of bringing our forces together to share the lessons learned, but also to send the message out. And so you're asking, what can we do concretely in terms of making this? I think I'll kind of focus on two areas where the SEM is trying to bring its value forward. One, and it's been said by many people, in terms of measuring what the issue is. And so we have a work stream that looks at the different data methodologies, the different ways to look at the issue, to be able to gather as much information in terms of what are the right policy measures. And in there, what we look at, for example, is not just the raw data in terms of how many women are in which fields, but also some of the underlying rules, as well as some of the policies that have been there, and which of them have been successful. And this gets back to me to the second part of what needs to be done, which is throwing the messages out there, making that information known. And there are two sides to that asset. One, sharing amongst policymakers the best practices, but also challenging each other. And this is where we launched a campaign that is called Equal by 30, where we challenge the world to actually move for equal pay, equal opportunity, and equal employment in all the energy field. We're lucky to have 200 signatories to that call for action right now. Many of them here, SE4All, GWNet, Irina is hoping to join us soon. But we also had pledges from G7 governments in 2019, and not only are the signatories pledging to doing things, they're actually reporting on their progress, and they are self-assessing each other to be able to demonstrate what works, what doesn't work. And so it is that sharing aspect that is also very useful. And then the third part is the inspiration. And I think we heard, patriarchal, society models and so forth. I think we can't throw enough out there the importance for women to have their place in the workforce. There's a lot of work for men to be done in terms of making sure that that space is there. But also I was very interested to see our UNFCCC colleagues' point about women also need to feel empowered and to want to go after that. And I think I'm very, very happy to see in the back there a very, maybe young future leader. And I think it starts at a very, very young age. And hopefully we can continue to have examples of women like this. In the Equal by 30, we have an ambassadors program where we bring together, senior representatives in the energy sector who can talk about their struggles, but also the solutions they've been able to hopefully empower others to do the same. So very glad to be on the panel here today.
Thank you very much, Jean-François. Shall we clap for Thank you. So now we go to Maria Flauder, Board CEO and Sustainability Chair of Lean in Equity and Sustainability. Your reflections are most welcome.
Thank you so much, Sheila, and thank you for having us here today. I represent Lean in Equity and Sustainability. We are a 100% volunteer-run organization. Our core values is SDGs number 5, 7, and 13. And our goal is to empower women in the energy sector, both traditional and renewable energy sector, but also in male-dominated sectors such as heavy industries. So what do we do is that we meet women where they are at, at their careers. So even if they are in the early stage or in the mid-career or in the late career, we are talking a lot about youth, but women in their 40s, in their 50s, they still have another 20 years of career in front of them. And we all face the same challenges, different by where we are in our careers, but still the challenges that we talked about are still there. So we provide, we're under the leanin.org umbrella, which is Sheryl Sandberg philanthropic organization. It's a wide umbrella that allows women's networks to be formed. It is free to all, and we have a lot of tools that we use, free tools from Lean-In. So what we do is, first we help women where they're at. So we empower them to navigate the biases and amplify their strengths at all stages in their careers. And second, we're helping and providing corporate organizations with those tools to ensure equal opportunities, making women feel valued and respected. So we're actually going on the ground and working with both women and corporates to get what all these statistics that we said, to get the higher and where we want to be, the 50%. So I will highlight 4 flagship programs that we have, and they're in the leanin.org website and available to all individuals and companies. We have first the Lean-In Circles, which is a program that is fully explained there with webinars and with materials that are freely downloadable, where allows women to create circles, safe spaces, on their own interest, so they can all meet and share experiences, opportunities. But also the same to be created within companies. So the same, we can create a women's network circle within the company. Second program is the 50 Ways to Fight Bias. It's again a program that can be implemented in the corporate organizations, which is targeted for leaderships and all employees. And the program illuminates and challenges the bias women face in the workplace. And it has interactive activities, scenarios, strategies, and training materials that we can implement directly within the company, so people will be aware that there is an issue in there and how to overcome it. Then we have another great program, which is called Allyship at Work and at Home. So it is again a training program with all the materials that helps us identify and amplify allyship at work. Obviously, the men are our best allies, and without men we cannot progress. I mean, this is the simple facts. So we need men to be with us on this, and we have to work together if we want to reach 50% or as best as we can. So these programs is actually implemented in the organization, so we can find the allies, so how men can be allies at work, because, okay, so we talk about women empowerment, but men, they don't know what actions they have to take. So we actually have to coach them, and we all have to be on the same understanding with the leadership, of course, because nothing can be progressed if the leadership is not in support. And we have also a program called Allyship at Home. So it's actually for dads and for men who want to support their wives or their daughters of how they can be their best allies and help them progress. And last but very important is what we touched earlier about early education. So we have a program called Lean-In Girls, which is targeted for girls between 11 and 15 years old. And it is to empower girls in schools. It is a curriculum, and it is also can be taken by anyone to talk to their daughters or to go into their local school, and to encourage girls to see themselves as leaders, challenging society's limiting challenges. So that's already available tools that can be accessed by anyone. And specifically what we do on the ground is exactly what we heard from Christine and with Stella. We target networking. So we create safe spaces for women to meet, exchange their challenges and solutions and how we can progress together, share the challenges so we can all know that there's more of us in the same situation. Advocating, so we use speaking in conferences, participating in events, and also leading and organizing seminars, amplifying our speech in social media. Mentoring, participating in mentoring programs and mentoring either one-to-one or participating in group mentorship programs. And of course, the biggest and most important fact is the partnership and collaborations. So we're very honored to be partnering with GWNet, with Energia, SE4All, and UNIDO, and make a bigger impact together. We are also part of the Gender and Energy Compact, and we're very proud of that. And we do work with also academia, universities, also with UN Women. We are active in Sub-Saharan Africa, UK, France, and now UAE. So I would be happy to meet with you there in the COP28, wherever is there, and see how we can collaborate together. And is my time up? Yes. Yeah, thank you, yeah.
Thank you. No, that was very, very rich. Thank you. So we're moving from evidence and commitments to real tools and actual work on the ground. Thank you. So now I'd like to invite Ute Collier, Acting Director of Knowledge Policy and Finance Center at IRENA, to give your remarks. Thank you.
Thank you, Sheila, and thank you, the organizers, for inviting me here. And thank you, Christine, for already highlighting our work. I mean, as many of you know, IRENA has been working on the gender aspects for quite a few years. We've seen some of the studies we produced on women in solar, wind, etc. Just quick update, our latest job report was actually out just a few weeks ago. We're now on 13.7 million renewable energy jobs, so it's gone up another Huh? Yeah. But, you know, every year we see an increase, which is great, but I don't think we see that increase in the gender perspectives, percentages. So obviously, you know, as you saw, solar looks pretty good compared to oil and gas with 40%, but the reality is still that a lot of those roles are in administration. Nothing wrong with administration. Of course, these are important jobs, but you know, if we look at the STEM jobs and the management jobs, they're still very low percentages. And I saw an interesting figure. I think it was in our latest report in one of the case studies. In the US, which seems to be facing a big issue with retiring electricians, and of course electricians are incredibly important in the transition, only 2% of electricians are female. And I was suddenly thinking, well, when did I last see a female electrician? Actually, I know when, and that was when I went to Zimbabwe. I was working for Practical Action. We went to a field project, a mini grid, where part of that project was specifically to give women an opportunity to train as electricians. And I still remember that the young lady, she was so enthusiastic about the job. It was fantastic. And it's those kind of role models we're still lacking. I mean, we've got a long list of things that need to be done, of course, in our reports, but I just want to pick a few things. The first one, I want to pick that political leadership point, and it just every time, so once a year we have an assembly, our 167 member states come, and many of you, I know, have been there as well, and there's always some ministers, and then there is this family photo of the ministers and the DG, Director General, and all the important people. And you know, you really have to search for the women still. So, well, that's, you know, we can all raise awareness of the importance of women, but we also need the political leaders to show that women can be energy ministers. I know there are often portfolios which include economics, so why not? Teresa Ribera, of course, is great. I don't know with the change in Spanish government whether she'll still be in that position next week. We were talking about that yesterday. But excellent, right. And I think there's one in the UK, but there are not so many. And of course, in Africa, I think that there are a few and some great leaders, but we need more of them. And I just want to continue with the sort of public sector, because I've spent a lot of my career in the public sector, and I've seen some very good examples of how you promote female leadership, and that includes a whole range of things of, you know, the mentorship programs within like big civil service organizations, of flexible working. My God, it's so obvious. And in a way, the pandemic sort of helped with that, but got a fly around my head. I hope the fly agrees. But there's still so many organizations. Well, there's many organizations which are going back on it now, and it is so difficult. I mean, I haven't got kids. I've chosen not to have kids for various reasons. And for me, it's easy. But, you know, it's impossible, isn't it, for parents, men and women, sometimes to have these really busy jobs, especially like our international jobs where we have to travel a lot. It's really not easy to do when you don't have flexibility in working. We're kind of expected, yeah, we're away traveling, then we've got to be back on Monday morning, possibly still working at the weekend. And the higher you go, the worse it gets, you know, and it just doesn't seem being recognized that we need a life for our own well-being and for our families. So there are some organizations which have made great strides on it, but I think a lot of organizations still have to do a lot more work. And I don't want to talk too long, so let me just pick out that mentorship point. I think that's really important, because Dina, I think your organization has done a great job. There are some others, Women in Hydrogen I've come across, they're brilliant, and lots of young women in that. I've worked with the wiser people in the UAE as well, and I think it's also very empowering for us as sort of senior people in the sector to mentor young women, and I've learned a lot as well. Unfortunately, not so great things in terms of what's still going on in the sector, which is kind of shocking. But I think these are really important, and it's all our, you know, we should make time for these kind of programs. And of course, you know, if we are in a position to recruit people, we need to make sure that we have women on the short list. I mean, it's got to be a fair process in the end. And I have to admit, we still struggle to get some really well-qualified women in some of the positions. Maybe it's sometimes a location factor for us in Abu Dhabi, I don't know. Sometimes it's hard. I think it's almost always hard to do a 50-50 shortlist, as much as we try. But let's call out our colleagues as well, who sometimes forget that we ought to, you know, at least try and shortlist some women, that we have to stop doing these manels. And I know it's very hard for us sometimes to find women to put on panels, and then someone drops out and that's it. And of course here it's the other way around. But then we've got like years and years of making up to do. So there's a lot we can do, and I think it's all our responsibility to play part of it.
Thank you very much, Ute. And like you said, I think the flexibility goes both ways. I was really surprised working in the Netherlands that my husband had 2 days off when we had our daughter, the day to take me to the hospital and the day to pick me up from the, from the hospital. So it goes both ways. But now I'd like to invite remarks from Julia Marconi, a Senior Program Officer, Energy Security from OSCE. You have the floor.
Thank you so much, Sheila. I hope you can all hear me, and thanks also to UNIDO for giving us the possibility to organize this event. As you said, I come from the OSCE. The OSCE is the world's largest regional security organization. So I would like to add to what has been said already that, of course, gender equality is a sustainability issue, is a human rights issue, but it's also a security issue, including when it comes to the energy security topics. We at the OSCE really looks at gender equality in the energy sector as a key factor contributing to peace, stability, and security. And for that reason, precisely 2 years ago, we launched our first pilot project on advancing women participation in the energy sector in Central Asia, which is a region that has great untapped renewable energy potential as a catalyst for energy security. So this is, I think, a very important point that we should not forget. Second, you asked us to talk about potential solution. I think in these rooms, we all know and we are all aware that there is a gender gap. And I think this is also well acknowledged by now, also in the countries where we operate. But still, I think there is a big gap in terms of the recognition of why we should actually engage women and put them at the forefront of the energy transition. And this requires us all to step up our efforts, also outside of these rooms. We have conducted many studies, we have so many data, but then when it comes to actually implement all the recommendations, then that is where the challenge actually still is. And we at the OSC started this project and are using a 360-degree approach to really work with all key stakeholders on the ground to implement this work. We worked with many partners that are here, GWNet, IRENA, and many more, and we really hope to step up our efforts on the ground. There is really appetite, I think, for change. Countries have set their goals, but they struggle to know how to implement them. So this is one point. Second point, we know that gender equality is a common reality across different countries, but I'm not 100% sure that solutions are always the same. So we need to really go country by country and look at the barriers there and then create context-specific tailored solutions. Otherwise, it will be very difficult to see the same, for example, level of improvement that maybe we're seeing in Europe in developing countries. So this is also very important. This is something that we're also been working on a lot. And my third point, I think oftentimes, I mean, you mentioned that it's very important to work with women, to organize mentorship program, and those, of course, work very well for women that are already working in the energy sector. We also organized a mentoring program together with GWNet, and that has been a very successful one. But of course, we need to work with youth, with young women. The gender imbalances that we see today really comes from male-dominated educational pathways and the gender stereotypes, and we talk about that. And sometimes when I go to the countries where we are implementing our projects and we talk to students, even those students that are already studying technical subjects, they struggle because they don't have the support that they would like to receive from their parents or from the families, or not even from the professors sometimes. We see a lot of discrimination happening, and we really need to make sure that we work with all different stakeholders to address this and really open their mind and show that there are many career opportunities, first of all, that all women, and both women and men, can actually thrive in the energy sector. So this is also important. And with this in mind, for example, at the OSC, we created a manual on how to initiate a career in the energy sector that we're going to disseminate across our beneficiary countries in Central Asia, working together not only with universities, but also with high school. We need to really go backward, and this is also an important point. And we also recently launched a scholarship program supporting women from Afghanistan and Central Asia to undertake also master programs in renewable energy. And this also now brings me to another point. There are not enough programs on renewable energy, and when there are, they also struggle to attract girls. So this is also an important point that I think we need to address. These are just, I think, some of the examples, just a fraction of what can be done, really. So I'm really happy to be here and engage in the discussion with all of you. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Ilya. Now, the co-organizers were determined to make sure that at least at this session we do have interaction and engagement with the audience, because we haven't been having that in the different sessions that we have been attending. So I'm now going to open up to the floor and to the audience for your contributions and your questions also to the speakers. Please be concise, and when you do stand up to make a contribution, please first say your name, identify yourself by saying your name and your organization affiliation. Now, I had said that I'm going to put Dr. Kandem Keller on the spot, both in your capacity as representing your a developing country, Sierra Leone, both on the energy and on the climate side, but also as a global champion for first for SDG 7, but very much for other SDGs, including SDG 5 and SDG 17. Dr. Kandlik, your thoughts.
Thank you very much. Thank you to Irene, Diana, Reichel, Christine, and you for keeping this agenda alive for over a decade. I remember the early days I had to learn from you as well. But thanks for keeping it up, and I see that Clean Energy Ministerial is still pushing the agenda. So 2 things I will say. One, political will. We need more women in politics. In my country, I joined Parliament 5 years ago. And one of the things I started pushing immediately was a quota for women. But I had started since 2013 with Sherry Blair. And guess what? We got the legislation, not because of me, but perhaps stimulated by me. But the government now passed a 30% quota for women in Parliament and all public positions. And guess what? From women, 18% of women share in Parliament, it's now over 40%. Yeah, because the 30% just boosted it. So sometimes you need affirmative action, reverse discrimination to make this happen, along some of the positions that Christine showed. If we don't become that proactive, it will not happen. We men are very comfortable with what we have, our dominance. Second point is something that I know Iceland is addressing in my country, fish drying. I say that because I ran here from an agricultural value chain session about energy interventions. For us in the poorer African countries, women's role in energy is a survival and existential issue. Yeah, the technologies they need, I just said in the other session, for some commodities, 60 to 80% of the processing after the farm is done by women. Most of those interventions require energy solutions, heat solutions. So they use firewood and charcoal. So for poorer countries, yes, we want to be in the management, we want to be the electricians, but for me, it's bigger than that. It's about economic empowerment. It's about the economy moving forward. If women are responsible for that much of the labor force in your main economy, which is agrarian, then you better make sure the technologies they need, the energy technologies they need are available. Otherwise, your economy slows down, and I see it in mine. So, but we need data. We need the evidence. When we say there's research, but the rest of the men don't want to agree. But I see it in my village, I see it in the community, and it's the women in the markets. So my last comment is that we need the data, we need support, and I hope I can get Sheila to come in. I'm inviting you to my country. Let's see how we establish that baseline. And yes, I'm a member of WISA as well. Every year I go to WISA in Abu Dhabi and we make the case. But a lot of those discussions are always biased to the OECD, the more advanced countries, the management positions. I'm talking now about almost, by the time you add India, Bangladesh, Sierra Leone, Indonesia, you're talking about almost 1 billion women that need energy solutions for survival and for the economic viability of their economies. So let's do more.
So, yeah.
Thank you very much. My name is Maggie Matinga, affiliated to Energia, and I'm from Malawi. And I would kind of pick up from what Kande, where he stopped. In the energy sector, we keep talking about the fact that the more women we get into the sector, the more competitive it is. And this is largely true. But so far, the data we have is from developed countries. And this makes it difficult for us as gender experts to make the case in our countries. So we need that data. And the other reality is, whilst in the US and in Europe, you have a skills demand, in Africa, we have a jobs gap. So it's very difficult for us to go and say, you really need to employ women and invest in their skills so that they can work in your company, when the company can easily employ young men that are cheaper and don't have to invest the extra. So one of the things that really need to happen, doesn't look like an agenda issue, it is a gender issue, is to actually start shifting value chains to Africa. If you look at the biggest growth in energy access in Africa, it's solar. But where is that solar produced? It's not produced in Malawi. The solar panels, the solar lanterns are not produced in Malawi. They're not produced in Sierra Leone. So therefore, the jobs for women to even enter are not there. They're not adequately there. So that needs to change. The other thing is that every time I come to these conferences, there's a lot of, and even look at development projects, a lot of developing partners pushing for the gender issue, and we do appreciate. But I think there needs to be institutionalization within these institutions themselves of gender. We want to see brown and black women heading international development agencies and making those changes. Heading those and being part of those mentorship programs so that they can understand how to mentor a black and a brown woman coming into the sector. And I say this as a black engineer that came into the sector when it was actually very, very white, thankfully changing now, and very, very male. And I couldn't get a mentor. There was no connection there to mentor me. And in terms of also publishing what we preach and being accountable, we are very content with the fact that in renewable energy, there are more women than in fossil. Big deal. They are mostly agents selling solar, and many without any security, no job security, very much, people talk about, we give them commission, and some of those commission don't even account for a living wage, they don't account for transport. So when we publish those 30% job, those 32% job, what I would like to see in the next publication is where are those jobs, and who's taking those jobs, what is the quality of those jobs? I think that will really begin to unpack the issues rather than lump a lot of issues in one, and we become content with what we see, which is not very much. And really to move away from this capitalistic approach where women, yes, they're coming into the sector, but they're also coming only when they are cheap, and then we can send them out. So this is just a call for action to make our ambitions much higher, much more nuanced, and be accountable ourselves before we ask for accountability from the village men and the village women where our interventions are. Thank you.
Thanks, Sheila. Hi, everyone. My name is Akiel Calendar. I'm the youth specialist at SC for All. I wanted to talk about the structural shift that is needed. So I'm from Trinidad and Tobago, small island state in the Caribbean. In my previous role before SC for All, I worked at the World Bank. We did a lot of energy projects in my region, including St. Lucia, Jamaica, Brazil. And oftentimes we would try to create pathways for women to get involved in the energy sector through providing education and then making sure that there are opportunities for traineeships, internships, and then job opportunities off the back of that. And what we found was there was a two-sided barrier where on one side, the supervisors, who were most often men in these companies that we would try to place the women into, they were a big barrier. They didn't believe that the woman could do these more technical jobs, even though they had jobs in the energy sector, so they were administrative. And then that also led to the women who were getting these jobs with the lack of role models there, not believing that they were adequate or suitable for these roles. And so these are young women who are having this ideology placed into their heads, and then either they leave the sector or they just stay in an administrative role for the rest of their careers. And personally, I don't have that mindset because I was lucky enough to have, at every stage of my development, have strong female leaders as my mentors, and that has shifted my ideology. But how do we ensure that there are more young men who can have access to female mentors? How can we ensure that we shift at a very early stage through the education system the role that young women see themselves playing in the energy sector, and the role that young men see women playing in the energy sector, and then have that over time, organic change to ensure that we can achieve gender parity. And I think that's a question that I want to pose to the panelists in your roles that you have on a day-to-day basis, and the access that you might have to policy, to education. Is there an opportunity that you see where this kind of change can be implemented at the boys and girls early education stage, and even for young professionals who I believe can still have their mindsets changed about issues like this? Thanks.
Yeah, thank you so much. I'll try to be very brief and concise. Hello, everyone. My name is Shukur Muradov. I'm from Turkmenistan, Central Asia. I'm many things. I'm a UNODC consultant, focal point of Regional Youth Network in Central Asia, National Gender Youth Activist for Young Women, and alumnus of OSCE Perspectives 2030 Academy. So I've been curious about the role of education and skills development in preparing the next generation of women for careers in the sustainable energy sector. And I'm very happy to have heard a lot of successful examples, as for example in Lean in Equity and Sustainability entity about curriculum, right, women community meeting initiative. And my question would be more on how can we enhance educational opportunities and training programs to empower young women with the skills needed for these roles, with context-specific solution, as Ms. Julia Mancani mentioned. As for example, in my region, it's true that there are few or not at all renewables programs in universities, in academia, and there is for sure stigmatization as well, that it is not an area for women. So I'm not asking for concrete solutions, but your ideas based on this context. And for sure, lastly, considering my role as a youth activist, what advice would you give to young activists like us looking to create meaningful change in the sustainability energy sector, particularly in the context of gender equality? Thank you. Yeah.
Thank you very much. So we've had a lot of thought-provoking interventions, constructive, like I said, provocative. I'd like to open up to all our speakers, so that's also the welcome, the opening, the keynote address, but also those on the panel, if you would like to respond to the interventions and the questions that were made. Is there anyone who would like to start? Thank you.
I guess the ladies first doesn't work on the panel where there's only one man, so it's great to change the dynamics of these things. Maybe I'll try to quickly, touch at a very high level, because very, very good questions, very, very good points. But I'll go from a discussion we had last July when we had the Clean Energy Ministerial in Goa, and we were organizing a very high-level panel with very, very powerful women from industry, from international organizations, from governments. DDG Singh was on our panel, and the value there was to share the experience, but also to touch upon what are some of the key things that can be changed and can be done. And there were kind of two areas that stuck with me in there, and we talked about them here. One is the organizational bias. And the question there, and I think we've talked a little bit also, is how do you change an industrial or a company or organization's culture? And Christina mentioned, yes, women access to jobs is human right, but that's not the only reason to do it. There is actually economic value to do this, and that's how we get the change, is to provide the value added of that aspects. And on the question about jobs, well, if companies have to report on the women, and if the investors know that gender equity basically automatically means better performance, then you attract the investments and you create this internal need to be able to transform that organizational structure to be able to change some things. Everybody doesn't start at the same level, but the idea is to show you don't do this just as a human rights aspect, you do this because it makes business sense, and that's how you basically address the two issues. The other aspect that was also very interesting, we touched upon it here as well, is the family bias. It's the, at what age do you need to start changing that? And there I address a little bit the mentorship aspect, because it's true that ideally, if you can identify yourself truly to a mentor, it is a very powerful tool to have. But because we don't have that everywhere, are there other role models that we can see? And then I'm, again, sending the message out here to the men in this room. We're either part of the solution or we're part of the problem. And one of the key things that was very interesting for me from that panel is a lot of the people on the panel said, even in their families, unconscious biases of guiding women towards more traditional roles and careers was something that they somehow had to fight, And so here's, being part of the solution doesn't mean doing a lot. It was great. You were talking about how you were inspired by women in your world. You being the activist. One of my biggest pride, my daughter is in aerospace engineering in university right now. And it's not that she followed daddy's footsteps that I'm proud of. It's the fact that in high school, she was trying to recruit other girls to go into STEM fields, which makes me say, probably I think something that wasn't too bad as a father to tell her that this was an entitlement. This was something that she could do, that she was trying to convince others to do the same. So it's those small positive biases that can also make a change. And I'll say again, hi to the very young minds that we have with us today. And hopefully this discussion can actually stir some future action. Thanks a lot.
Thank you. Thank you, Jean-François. Anyone else who would like to respond to the questions? Yes.
Yeah, just about education. I suddenly remembered, I'm now that old, I don't know how that happened, but when I went to school in Germany, us girls had to do needlework and the boys did metalwork. I mean, honestly, I hope this doesn't happen anymore nowadays. Luckily, I was an only child, and I guess my dad would have liked to have a boy, but because he didn't, you know, I ended up also playing with cars and with railways and whatever. So I think the parent thing is definitely important to make sure. And even if you're a little girl, of course, why not like pink? Nothing wrong with pink, I like pink. But make sure that pink, purple, whatever, you know, but let's make sure the kids also have access to other ideas. And I think teachers, absolutely crucial that, I mean, hopefully nowadays, a lot of the old fossils are out of schools, but I think it's very important that teachers have training about the unconscious bias as well. And, you know, both male and female teachers, that they encourage the girls and the boys to think about other roles. You know, it's not as if boys have to become engineers if they don't want to either.
Thank you. Just one, did you want to say something? Okay, so just one, the last one, thank you.
I hope, yeah, just very quickly actually, because actually what you mentioned actually still happens. So there are some countries where there are still this division in school. And to address that, of course, it's very important to work with professors, but sometimes you have countries where professors were not even entitled to have their own initiatives. So you need to work with government to make sure that they include women's empowerment and gender equality in their own curricula in schools and in universities, otherwise change will not happen. And also maybe I think we through our work, we really found that what works is also organizing women's engagement events, roundtables, take young students to see what it actually means to work in the energy sector, because so they can also overcome their all misconceptions sometimes about what it actually takes to work in the energy industry, and then maybe even engage students, both male and female students, in projects to let them have some lead in this and their own initiatives to empower each other actually. Yes, so that's my last message.
Thank you. Yes.
On the activists part, I think what we need is activists. We need disruption, because without disruption we'll still keep doing this conversation in 10 years from now. So we need young people and people that are activists and they're passionate about this to create disruption, to create noise, to create this thing that can make us all change, basically. So, yeah.
Thank you. So, and just from my part, I appreciate the comments about diversity, magic happens at intersectionality. So I think it's really looking beyond maybe just the binary male and female, but also looking much more deeper to how it intersects with race, with disabilities, with others is also equally important. I also appreciate the comments about when we're talking about mentorship, it's across the whole value chain. It's at the vocational level, it's at the village level, and it's also very much at the management and level as well. So, but we've come to the end of a session, and I think as the organizers, we also wanted to be the one event that ends on time and respect the time that we need to go and stand in the line and queue up for lunch. So I'd like to wrap up now, and on behalf of the organizers, I'd like to express my gratitude to all our speakers, but also to you, the audience, for your contributions and just for your participation, active participation and attention to this very important issue. We have heard that the evidence is there. I think we can't can't deny that the evidence is there. The business case has been made, but we've also gone further and seen that there are resources, there are tools, and there's even commitment there's also commitment as well. So I think what remains now is really just intentional action to move forward on this issue. Starting from, is she still there? Starting from our youngest members all the way, members all the way to our oldest. To really foster a truly equitable, diverse, and participative workforce in a just and inclusive energy transition, and also in our attempts to meet the climate actions. So thank you so much for joining the conversation, and wishing you all a very constructive next few hours when we close our event. I'm hoping that we'll hear some of this feedback. Rana is here from UNIDO, so in the wrap-up, I'm hoping that we hear some of the feedback that is coming from our gender tracks in the final remarks that will be made at the session. So putting pressure on our UNIDO callers. Thank you.
Hello, everybody. Thank you so much for joining us today, physically in this beautiful palace of Hofburg, or if you're joining us virtually from the comforts of your home in, I don't know, Colombia, India, thank you so much. A very good afternoon, morning, evening to you all. I am Nashwa Naushad. I work with the Powering Healthcare team at SE for All, and I'll be the moderator for this session. It's lovely that you could all join us. We have a brilliant set of speakers here with us physically and one joining virtually. And we've been told that we have 55 minutes for this session. We'll be kicked out after that. So let's jump right in with some context setting. There is no denying that energy is completely intertwined with climate and health. Switching to cleaner fuels reduces emission, thereby mitigating climate change. At the same time, providing access to energy empowers people to adapt to the effects of climate change. For example, rising temperatures, you meet with sustainable cooling, increasing frequency of diseases with health facilities that are electrified and can tackle this. And similarly, on the health side, you've got switching to cleaner cooking fuels where you're reducing indoor air pollution and thus improving health. Again, similarly, health facilities being electrified means you're able to provide better quality healthcare. And so at this nexus of energy, climate, and health, we've immediately got three very important strands of energy access that are at the front and center of it, namely clean cooking, cooling, and health facility electrification. And that is what today's discussion is going to be about. We're going to see how these three areas, these three strands of energy access are at the nexus, what kind of challenges, what are the connections, the similarities, and the big question, the big bucks, finance. What is the financing gap? What's the financing challenge? And so with that, I'll quickly introduce, it gives me great pleasure to introduce our panel here, brilliant speakers today, who are experts in these three strands in different ways. We have with us Michelle Halak, the senior specialist and leading the Clean Cooking Fund at SMAP at World Bank, an economist in the energy space with 17 years of experience, so brilliant to have you here. I might get the name wrong, but Jean-Louis Racine, the Chief Program Officer at the Clean Cooking Alliance, working with the marketing strengthening team and leading your work at Haiti. And then we have Michelle Seidel, the Senior Immunization Officer and Global Lead of the Immunization Supply Chain at UNICEF, an expert in cold chain and improving health systems through sustainability and solarization, among many things. And I'm going to check with the team. Mwenge, yes, it's lovely to have you here, Mwenge, even if you're not physically present. But we have Mwenge Mwana Menge, joining us remotely today, who's the Senior Manager for Supply Chain System Design and Integration at Gavi, the Vaccine Alliance, a seasoned public health specialist with over 20 years of experience in managing and implementing health programs. So that's the panel. I also wanted to quickly say that we at SE for All are also present here. We have three programs: clean cooking, cooling, and powering healthcare. And we have representatives in this room. I wanted to especially shout out to Caroline and Georgia, who helped organize this session, so thank you so much. Some quick ground rules, housekeeping, before we get into the discussion. We'll start off with a few questions to the panelists, one each, but like we've also discussed, please feel free to jump in if you have an intervention to any of these questions. Audience, please feel free to put up your hand, jump in at the end after the discussion, not just with your questions, but also if you think you have an intervention, you have an answer from your organization to one of these questions here, because we want to keep this as conversational, as engaging as possible. Most importantly, please keep your answers and your interventions succinct, brief, so we can have a quick, free-flowing discussion. So, with that, we'll jump in. And Michelle, I think I'll start with you for my first question, which is, we're talking about three different energy access strands: clean cooking, cooling, and health facility electrification. How do we collaborate across these three areas for a coordinated energy, health, climate response?
Thank you for an invitation. Thank you for being here. I will start with the SMAP. The SMAP have the different windows or different lines of work. On the three lines, clean cooking, cooling, and electricity access. So the first collaboration, many times it's among these three lines, especially when you talk, for instance, about e-cooking, for instance, so electricity access. So that's the first part of it. And the second, it's related with the other sectors, right? So what we observe, especially when you talk about clean cooking, is that most of our loans, most of our operations, it's related with other sectors. So we have operation, for instance, with the health sector, a lot about city air quality. So inside of the operation that usually it's bigger on different elements, we can include clean cooking as one of the key elements of this. So that's one way to look on that. That basically trying to, because when you do this kind of things, what you are doing two things. One, you're decreasing transaction cost, and we know that transaction cost is an issue when you are trying to transfer, when you're trying to finance. And the second thing, that actually you are making these policies more able to give the results more complete, in the sense of giving the results we need. And one thing that also it's important, that it also allows us to leverage more funds, actually. So one of the things that for us at SMAP, for instance, is really important is that we use these funds together with development funds, and to try to put together private and carbon finance to leverage the financing. So in scaling up, we decrease transaction cost, and we are able to achieve more people. And for one of the elements that's important in this process is result-based finance. And the result-based finance, sometimes it's able to include this different element, but there is some challenge sometimes in measuring, and especially when you're talking about health or gender, these are usually kind of challenging areas. So yeah, we need to keep working together to get the data, to get the methodology, to advance in this way.
Thanks, Michelle.
If I can add, I think coordination and partnership is also critically important, in terms of collaboration, and particularly with private sector. We saw with our experience with COVID, etc., that localization, as supply chains broke down, localization, local manufacturing, etc., is critical, becomes important. Reducing carbon footprint, but also in terms of ensuring that supplies are available and that they fit for purpose for the local markets as well. And I think private sector comes with that experience and with generating those solutions for that specific market, and for the countries that they're developing the solutions for. I was just listening to some talks a little bit earlier on, and you can hear that they make products for the people that are relevant to the markets that they're operating in, and I think that is key as well, and so developing that, pushing that, making sure that private sector is also engaged, also pushing that forward, and providing that support is going to be key as well in a lot of the solutions that we develop and bring to the market.
Thanks, Michelle, and thanks, Michelle. So we've been talking about solutions and the broader level collaboration, but to get into solutions, I think, Wenge, I'm going to look to you to bring you in. What are some of the initiatives, what are some of these solutions that Gavi is undertaking at this health, climate, energy nexus?
Thank you very much, Nashwa. First of all, I think we have to look at it in this context. And we've heard many times that if healthcare was a country, it would be the world's fifth largest emitter, and it is responsible for about 4.4% of global carbon emissions. And how does this come about? We know that 41% of health facilities in low-income countries have no access to electricity. And the current solutions that are there, like the off-grid settings, emit about 97% more carbon dioxide than solar alternatives. And we are seeing the impact of climate change on healthcare systems and facilities that is accelerating. So Gavi comes in now to try to mitigate this problem that we are facing now. So Gavi has been investing a lot in solutions which are friendly to climate friendly, and these are, for example, the solarization of health facilities. Gavi has invested into solar direct drives, these are refrigerators which use solar energy. And this is all in the view of trying to reduce carbon emissions. So just to give you an example, like between 2017 and Q1 2023, Gavi has invested about $195 million. And this results into like 44,900 or so solar refrigerators. You can imagine this is like installing 23 solar refrigerators every day. But then we've moved on a little bit further to say, why should we just solarize the health facility? We should go all out into trying to see how we can also solarize the wider health facility, like to ensure that other primary health care activities can take place. We have diagnostics and things like that. So we are trying to see how we can solarize the health facilities. Right now, we're focusing on 4 countries, and this is a pilot that Gavi is trying to undertake, and with the hope that we can learn some lessons and leverage the co-chain equipment optimization platform to ensure that we use that platform to expand the wider solarization. So there's quite a number of activities that Gavi is trying to work in, and we're partnering with UNICEF. Michelle is there, so we're working together to see how we can reduce the carbon footprint in the health sector. We also take note that there are other activities, like, for example, in healthcare waste management. We're trying to use new technologies which emit less carbon dioxide, which will be used to ensure to manage the waste that is being generated in the countries and in the health facilities. So these are some of the alternative solutions that really Gavi is trying to come into to reduce the carbon footprint and help to build healthier lifestyles and a cleaner environment for the people.
Thank you, Mwenge. And then I'm going to sort of make an extension of that question and look to you, Jean-Louis, to see what kind of initiatives the Clean Cooking Alliance is undertaking, but with a specific focus on private sector. Michelle touched upon it earlier about the importance and the need to bring in private sector. So if you could comment on that, please.
Thanks. So one of the things we're doing is we're trying to push innovation in the private sector. We're doing this by finding new and alternative sources of financing for this innovation, which is not only at the product side, but really also at the business model side. And we're also supporting the private sector in terms of understanding the deeper needs of their customers. So it's a thin, sort of nascent sector. And if we look at sort of the R&D and market insight needs, they're far, far greater than the sector can handle on its own. When you have a very dense, diverse sector that's been around for a while, you have a lot of information flowing, a lot of market research, a lot of sort of best practice circulating. Right now, we don't have that. There's just not enough going on in this market. It's what I would call a thin market. And if you want to sort of turbocharge it, you need to build an infrastructure of information, of innovation, of financing instruments around it. Just to give you a little bit of a sense of the innovations that have been happening in the sector just in the past few years. So one of the big challenges has been high upfront costs of equipment, so stoves. So clean cook stoves can be orders of magnitude more expensive than traditional cooking. So it could be $100 or more for an electric cook stove or sort of LPG or ethanol cook stove. And of course, a lot of people just don't have that kind of money in their pockets. Even if they wanted to pay for that and nothing else, they just wouldn't be able to. So there's been a lot of innovation at keeping those prices, those upfront costs down. One trend which a lot of companies are jumping on is pay-as-you-go. So you buy the product at a subsidized cost, and then using mobile payments and smart metering and remote sensing, you're basically only paying and topping up your sort of cooking account as you use it. Another has been sort of what we call tool and fuel models. It's like the classic sort of inkjet printer and cartridge. So the inkjet printer is very cheap, but then you're sort of locked into buying their ink, and that helps the manufacturer recoup the cost of giving you a cheap jet. There's some really cool experiments happening in Ghana now. A company called ZPay is developing a digital wallet that helps people contribute little by little so that they can accumulate enough money to refill their LPG cylinder, because it can cost a lot of money. But there are incentives. So for example, if you continuously contribute to your account, you get a cash reward, or you get sometimes access to credits. So there are a lot of clever things going on. Of course, carbon finance is being used as well by larger companies. It can be difficult for smaller companies to access carbon finance. And that's something that we're actually working on to crack that. We're working with a company, for example, called Nithio to develop a clean cooking specific risk analysis tool. It's AI enabled that would help investors and, well, carbon buyers assess the risk of investing in a smaller company, whereas they wouldn't even have been looking at it. We're also working through an innovation challenge with a company making ultra low cost plug and play meters so that they can track usage of improved cook stoves. So this is sort of cook stoves that burn biomass or wood, and that is much cheaper than the alternative, which is sort of circulating a survey, and also that's not accurate. And that data is really useful because carbon buyers need to know how much these cook stoves are being used. So there's just a few examples of sort of private sector innovations that are happening, many of which we have supported at the Clean Cooking Alliance.
Thanks, Jean-Louis. I wanted to also quickly come in from an SE for All perspective. We've done a couple studies that look at how private sector can be brought in and how there's so much potential for a service-based delivery model in health facility electrification and cold chain for vaccines. So that is another angle I wanted to add for opportunities for the private sector here. I think my next question, which if you were here yesterday at the opening plenary, Damilola mentioned how the big question and the answer is finance. So I'll move us on to that very interesting question. And Michelle from UNICEF, I'll start with you. If we were to map this financing gap at this nexus and these three strands, how would that look like? And maybe you can start with a cold chain and health facility point of view.
Sure, and I think to answer that question, you've got to understand, well, I'd like to explain what we're trying to do in the space first and how we've come to our analysis of our funding gap. So our approach is that we're looking at health facilities at the last mile and to deliver a primary health care and a basic package of care. And, you know, we've seen, and you ask, well, why is UNICEF doing this? I mean, we're not really in the energy space, but we are in the health space. And we do see that, and we've seen lessons learned from the polio eradication initiative as well, where communities reject polio vaccines because they just don't have basic access to services. So providing communities with that full package of care, so equipment, basic obstetric and neonatal care, that equipment in health facilities, water and sanitation, so water pumping in health facilities, ensuring that there's waste management so that you don't have needles and syringes lying around outside the health facility, etc., are all removed, are safely disposed of as well, are things that we've had a look at. And when we have a look at that, and we look at last mile health facilities, so not everything, and we look at energy demand, etc., we did a basic mapping, and we looked at the least developing countries where electricity is obviously an issue in the remotest parts of the countries. The number of health facilities we're looking at, around about 30,000 health facilities, and the number we come to is about $1 billion that we would look at, and that includes it's procurement, it's installation, but it also includes the O&M for 5 years as well. And I spoke about it a little bit early on about that private sector, etc. And we learned from our cold chain experience, and Mwenge spoke about it early on, in terms of installing large projects of cold chain, how critical that private sector is, those local service providers are in terms of installing, in terms of maintaining that cold chain equipment and applying that to solarization as well, and to making sure that those are maintained, and that skills transfer, that capacity building is there as well.
Thanks, Michelle. And that's a very interesting point, and I'll come back to that next. But Michelle, if you could come at this from a clean cooking perspective.
When you talk about clean cooking, we estimate to end clean cooking poverty by 2030, about $7.4 billion. So that's what you're expecting. It does not mean that you have completely clean, because you have, this different multi-tiers framework, but you're talking about up to the tiers 3. If you're looking for, and then you'll be looking for advancing it to tiers 4 and 5, you're talking more about 13 billion than 7 billion. So just to have an idea, it annually. So that's the value that you're talking about. So you can see that there is a big financing gap. But I think that's something that's important to keep in mind, that there is two things, that the financing and the funding, because there are two different elements. Why? Because part of this population can pay, they are able to pay for the service, and that's good, and they need to move there. There is some part of it that there is a small gap where carbon finance can really bridge this gap, and we need to push further. But there is part of this population that probably the gap is much bigger than simply including carbon finance. So we need to think how you be, and that is really important when you think about sustainability and continuity, because as we know, there are many cases where you can go and start a system and do the capex, the investment, and then we have the problem of operation maintaining, and that's quite a challenge.
Thanks, Michelle. Oh, yeah, please.
And I mean, one of the things we see is that today most of the funding, let's say the money, just so I don't I put together funding and financing, most of the money for clean cooking is coming from the private sector. For a sector that has so much sort of positive externalities and spillovers on health, climate, energy access, the environment, it's quite surprising. So the public sector really needs to step in. We're actually at the Clean Cooking Alliance, we've put together something called the Catalytic Finance Accelerator, and we have a partnership platform that is aiming to develop and sort of crowd in new sources of finance and funding, and to do this in partnerships with other actors, so that we can really unlock on both the private and public side what needs to be done. One example of something we're doing is we have a partnership with the Africa Guarantee Fund to help catalyze domestic bank financing. So there's a lot of potential financing at the country level, but so far we see very, very, very little funding going to clean cooking. So that's something we're doing. But there are many, many more opportunities we're working on in this domain.
Thanks, John Louis.
Can I just comment on something that I really think it's important Jean-Louis said, because when you think about the financing, there is, I know that's maybe true economics, but the externality, that's something that we need to learn how to pay for it, because otherwise we'll be always in an inefficient system. So that's, I guess, a concept that needs to be really clear when we talk about policy, when we talk about what are the mechanisms that we are monetizing this kind of benefit, and not just knowing the value, but the mechanism to do that. That's
Okay, thank you, Michelle. Just looking at Mwenge in case he wanted to come in. I just wanted to very quickly...
I think I have just a short comment. I think since we're talking about financing, I think we've seen a lot of projects which have been undertaken. And the issue, like Michelle said, the issue of O&M is a big sticking point. So some of the alternatives or the solutions that we're trying to explore to see how we can, for example, test the different models of sustaining the, for example, health facility solar electrification. For example, where we are trying to do the pilot in 4 countries, we're trying to explore how also the private sector can be involved. How does the government support this? Do we open escrow accounts, for example, to ensure that there's a finance that is available? How do we also attract the private sector to be able to take part in this solarization project? And that will look at also what are the numbers we are talking about that will be also viable for the private sector. So there's quite a broad range of options that we're looking at, and I hope that through this pilot project that Gavi and UNICEF and WHO are undertaking, we shall be able to come up with some of the solutions through our key learning questions that we've put across to see how we can further expand this and ensure that there's both private sector involvement and also how governments can come in and maintain, or rather contribute to the operations and maintenance. Thank you.
Thanks, Mwenge. And that, I think, was going to be my last question anyway, so that is a fantastic segue. We're talking about O&M, and we're talking about how important it is to not just install and leave, and how do we ensure that it sustains. So, speakers, what is a lesson that you'd like to share with the audience today about how you ensure that projects are sustained? And it'd be great to hear from all of you. So maybe we start with Michelle.
Sure. So I think I mentioned earlier on, I mean, we've got experience with large-scale cold chain projects. I mean, I think over the years, 180, 200,000 cold chain installations, and where we've done turnkey projects as well. So engaging suppliers and local service providers in one contract to procure and install, as well as provide warranties on this equipment. And we want to use this model, and we are, and this is how we're contracting for solar services as well, is that the local agents for the supplier will be doing the installation services, will be following up on the O&M as well. So building up that local supplier base, and given the fact that we've installed all these solar direct drive equipments, which essentially have solar panels in the past, had charge controllers, batteries, etc. Very similar equipment to what you would use in a health facility to solarize. The maintenance is essentially, and the operations and maintenance is essentially the same. So that skills transfer is there, that market is there. So building that up for them to be able to provide that, those services in countries is critical. So that is something we're doing. Then, that we have done, and that market is there to tap into. Then the other thing that we're looking at as well are different models. And it's looking at it as a continuum from equipment ownership by the government and an in-sourced model of operations and maintenance, all the way to outsourced models to energy as a service. So, and assessing those, as well as government's comfort with all of these, because it's also a bit of a paradigm shift, because governments are very comfortable with owning the equipment, with and doing a lot of that in-source, particularly in health I'm speaking of. So moving that now to sort of a service-based delivery model is something that we want to move towards, where private sector picks that up, because we don't see this as core services of any health ministry, because we do believe that private sector would be able to do this a lot more effectively in a lot of cases. I don't think it's every single context and every single setting, but where the market does exist. So those are things that we are assessing, we're looking at, and we're mapping out as well.
Thanks, Michelle. Maybe I'll go to Michelle from Warback next.
I guess I would put 3 points. One, it's the community transformation. So it's really important in terms of in the side of the behavior and the community change. And then institutional cooking and institutional changes, it's really key. And there, I guess, there is one of the key points where we related with health, hospital, food, and also education. So that's where we need, because there is a community, the people knows it, use it, and it's a kind of network effect in somehow. The second point, it's about affordability. We know that if your people are not able to afford the fuel, it does not work. So we need to be careful about how it to be sustainable in time, in all the sense. And the third one is to think about this long-term partnership between public and private. Also think about the sustainability, and because we need to be able to to have a business model that's sustaining time. And sometimes we see private sectors entering and want to leave quite quickly, let's say just to install something, and there is many cases that's a challenge. So we need to think about long-term partnership, long-term commitment with the community and with that. And it's important also in this sense to remember that even if you always talk about the cost of clean cooking, the gap cost, the benefit, it's calculating 25 times the cost of it. So this is the kind of thing that this public and private partnership need to keep in mind, in the sense to say, okay, you are doing this, but I'm complementing with this because of that. So this need to be well arranged in time.
Thank you so much, Michelle. Mwenge, I'll bring you in for a comment on this, if that's all right. What are your lessons that you can share about sustainability and everything we've been talking about O&M?
I think we're still trying to get some lessons, I think, in terms of the pilot that we are conducting, well, we're about to start. However, we know that usually there's a problem amongst the different government ministries in terms of coordination and ensuring that the right funding goes to the right ministry to sustain some of these operations. So I'm talking about, you have the Ministry of Health, you have the Ministry of Energy, and also other players. So the Minister of Finance as well comes in. So there's lack of that coordination to ensure that O&M is budgeted and the funds are released to address that. So what we're trying to look at is to see how can we ensure that we don't miss the point in terms of bringing the Minister of Finance to make sure that they really kind of put in some resources into the O&M of the solarization projects. And also, what role is the Minister of Energy playing in terms of also the O&M aspect, in addition to the needs of the Minister of Health. So we really need to ensure that this is a coordinated approach. From the beginning, it's well planned and articulated, and ensure that the implementation plan is on course. So these are some of the things that we'll be really looking at.
Thank you so much, Menge. We've got some very interesting lessons coming out already, but Jean-Louis, I'll come to you for your...
So there's 2.3 billion people without access to clean cooking. The solution needs to be decentralized, and the only way to get clean cooking to those people is the markets. So it's really in the hand of the market to tackle this O&M sustainability issue. What our role as sort of, I guess, non-for-profit, I guess, governments or foundations or NGOs or international organizations is to set the stage and create a context that's going to help those companies be viable. So without viability, without the right unit economics, there's no sustainability. On the market side, one of the things that we see happening is specialization. So right now, at birth, sort of the clean cooking markets, companies were trying to do everything because there aren't, the services or the products that, you have in a mature market. And so you have to solve every problem yourself. What we see more and more is specialization. We see that in companies specializing on digital solutions for clean cooking, for example, such as the one I mentioned. You also see sort of business models at the forefront of distribution and focusing only on distribution. So that's what you need at the private sector side. But you also need, as I mentioned, institutions and infrastructure that helps this market operate. One of the things we're doing at the country level is supporting a network of delivery units, which are basically teams focusing on clean cooking embedded in governments, who are basically champions and enablers of the government's role in setting the sort of the rules, the norms, the policies, and the sort of public infrastructure that's required for this market to operate. So that's just one example. There are many more. But in the end, it's really, we need to enable the private sector to have this role in a viable way.
Thank you so much, Jean-Louis. That was all from us. I'll summarize this. I'm struggling to write notes and summarize at the end. But before we do that, I'm opening the floor to the audience in case you have any questions or if you'd like to intervene as answers to any of the questions that were asked, please raise your hand and I'll bring the mic to you.
Thank you. My question goes to Mwenge. I'm a technical expert with UNIDO at the Center for Renewable Energy and Energy Efficiency in Central Africa. And quite interesting, I think, the issue of the role of the Ministry of Energy and Ministry of Health. And particularly, I think my interest is there's been projects where the private sector have been given funding. And we've seen the private sector go in and solarize some of the rural health facilities. But I think these projects have not been very successful. And I think the outcome has been that there's not been support from some ministries to support the private sector really, to create models that would support the business to thrive in rural areas. I don't know what's your take, Mwenge, and probably what are some of the solutions that you would propose for some of these challenges?
Thank you very much. I think you are spot on. I agree with you, we've seen so many projects that have been undertaken and then maybe private sector goes in and then they're not able to efficiently provide the service. And this also results because of lack of resources. So what are we trying to do differently? We're trying to see, okay, fine. For example, UNICEF and Gavi are coming in to say, we're going to provide O&M for the next 2 years, for example, and we're going to pay for everything. But at the same time, we have to set up mechanisms in which we ensure sustainability. And how do we do that? We, like I said, involve the Ministry of Finance, Energy, and Health in planning and budgeting. And we get a commitment from the government that they're going to carry on the O&M aspect for the next, maybe from the 3rd year to the 10th year to up to the life of the equipment. So one of the ways is to open an escrow account, for example, where the government will be putting in some money for the O&M implementation for the future, so that there's already readily available resources to be able to pay the private sector when they come in. So this, I think, is going to also encourage the private sector to come in and support the project, knowing that their services are recognized and they'll be able to be paid. But also at the same time, we'll be able to efficiently continue running the equipment that has been installed.
Thanks, Mwenge. I'm going to look to the other panelists because, Jean-Louis, you were just talking about government supporting private sector, and that's essentially what that question was. Did you want to come in at this point to add to anything that Mwenge said?
So, I mean, on this coordination role with the private sector, I mean, we actually see this as a really deep issue in all countries in which we've been involved in. And that's actually one of the roles of the delivery units, is really to concentrate this sort of coordination function in a place. We are launching them at high level, so prime minister or president's level, because if in the end, if a single ministry has the mandate for clean cooking, that means no other ministry is really sort of collaborating. It sort of becomes only that ministry's problem. But it's a cross-cutting health, climate, energy, environment issue. So elevating it to that stage is extremely important.
Thank you. Please also introduce yourself before you ask the question.
Okay, thanks. Caroline Ochieng, finance specialist, clean cooking at AC for All. So I think, yeah, one question I have, and it's nice that we have this group that is linked in health and energy, is that I sort of see this clear collaboration when it comes to powering healthcare, like the health facilities. Then you clearly see the energy and health sector with some collaboration model, maybe not highly effective, but at least it's there. Now, when it comes to clean cooking, then it's really, really difficult to get the health sector engaged. And it's one thing for, say, Ministry of Energy advocating for clean cooking in terms of its impact on health, versus if the same was to be done by the Ministry of Health. I think it would be more powerful. And you're talking of, you want public resources of which there's high competition, and you want it to be allocated to an energy issue. So I don't know if from your perspectives, what you see has been the challenge for getting that, and what would be the suggested way forward? Thank you.
I guess you have a really good point. One way, it's when you talk about air quality. I think it's each time more recognized about the impact of air quality on the health. And usually there it's the kind of, I'm thinking the kind of operations that usually is related with health and we can work with clean cooking. It's when it goes through the discussion of air quality. So there is some regions that this is an issue, on really clear issue, and that, yeah, it is easier. I would also, I think it depends a lot on it's really specific by country, where the country is. And especially it's also specifically where, because when you talk about clean cooking, the challenge of clean cooking, you have the countries that have let's say a big gap. There is countries where the gap is smaller, but it's concentrating some regions. So maybe by regions also it's a way to enter. When there is a region where there is big air pollution in the cities, this is a way to enter. So depends a lot on the country, but this is something.
So in terms of challenge, it's really a political economy challenge. Institutions have inertia. Clean cooking is a relatively new topic. If an institution's sort of Ministry of Health structure and funding has been set up along specific themes, that means their personnel, their budget, there's physical infrastructure like hospitals, there are all sorts of assets that are already sort of ingrained around these themes. It's very difficult for a new theme to come in, like clean cooking, and sort of make its way into the mainstream agenda of a Ministry of Health. So to me, I see it like really a political economy challenge.
Thank you so much. Any other questions? Yes.
Hi, thank you. Very interesting panel. I'm Patrick from Energizing Development, and my question relates back to the solarization of health centers, so in particular talking about SDD, fridges, and so on. Our team was recently doing a survey in 5 countries to see where Energizing Development could also play a role in this SDD electrification space. And I think it was quite shocking to see, let's say, in certain centers, a series or kind of rows of fridges provided by other organizations, let's say over the course of time in some countries since, let's say, Ebola crises were coming about, or different kind of health crises over time delivering certain products. And I guess for me, it was a reflection, okay, what are we doing wrong in the development space as development partners? Is this a known problem that we have, let's say, of kind of either miscoordination, or I was inspired by some of the words regarding O&M possibilities, what opportunities and solutions there are, but what could we be doing better in the development space to coordinate our activities better and make sure that there's not, a row of vending machine-like SDD fridges from way back when that are sitting there gathering dust, but rather, you have 1 or 2 really functioning systems, maybe also with some solar home system accompanying it for, I don't know, health workers or something like that.
I could possibly take that. So I think a couple of issues in there. I think the one thing is, when it comes to decommissioning of cold chain equipment, huge challenge in health systems. First, removing it from asset registries, from ministries of health. Most health facilities, they don't know how to do this. They aren't the procedures, etc. in place. So very difficult to just pick it up and remove it, and they don't know how to dispose of it properly. The policy, the guidance, the procedures, and the funding to do that are not available. That's the first thing. The second issue regarding sort of multiple procurements of those things, I think, is the fact that there aren't good inventory systems in countries at all. Mwenge can attest to this as well. Every time there is, and possibly the World Bank as well, anytime there's procurement, there's always funding that is needed to be able to, for teams to go out and assess where the cold chain equipment is, because countries don't have those systems in place. And to an extent, governments can determine where a child is immunized in the most remote village, but somehow we don't prioritize the management of inventory systems as well. And I think it is something that easily can be done, but it's so much easier. And I think it also comes, it's a really a visible thing for donors just to buy new, and that comes easily. And I think it's easy in terms of expenditure from a grant perspective as well. It's like, oh well, just buy new equipment as well. I mean, it gets expended really quickly as well. If I'm really frank about it, So I mean that coordination, that investment in systems instead of things that are visible is critical. And we launched a huge survey across 73 countries, looking at what some of the challenges are from in cold chain. Decommissioning, you mentioned, major challenge in across all countries. Cold chain inventory systems non-existent in many countries as well. And that utilization of a lot of that data as well. So I think it's important that there's that there is that investment, not just in equipment but in systems, so that governments can use that.
Thanks, Michelle. Mwenge, I didn't know. I'm just looking. In case you wanted to come
quickly. Yeah,
Okay.
just briefly, maybe just to add on Michelle's point, I think she's well articulated on the issue of inventory. One other thing that Gavi and UNICEF are emphasizing to countries before they apply, for example, a grant of cold chain equipment optimization, we're trying to ensure that a recent inventory should have been undertaken to ensure that we have some sense of visibility on what is on the ground, on what is there, how old it is, and also we have different equipment that is coming in. So we want to know what is the amount of equipment that is pre-qualified already and the other equipment that is not really pre-qualified. So it gives us a sense of what is lying outside there. So it's one of these issues that we're trying to implement to see how we can improve the system.
Thank you so much, Mwenge. Looking back to the audience, if there are any other questions. Yes, please.
Thank you so much. I am Melissa Jimenez. I'm a planetary health scientist. Regarding air pollution and these kitchens that you have in these communities, are you having any kind of plan that can adapt to different contexts in the world? Because we are adapting probably this to African countries, but have you thought about doing it worldwide? For example, I come from Latin America. We have a lot of these problems in our rural communities, and where sadly, because of the politicians and the laws that are there, not all of these projects can reach all the people who need this kind of help and are already suffering from respiratory diseases caused by the 2.5 PM particulate matter from these kitchens that are not well designed because of their bad context. So are you maybe piloting in more areas this holistic project, and have you got any good results regarding of health and regarding of progress in general? And yeah, thank you.
Thank you. Michelle, would you like?
Thank you very much for your question. Bring up Latin America and Brazilian as well, so I sympathize with your question. Yeah, because one thing that sometimes, as something that I try to say, sometimes we are looking where the gap's bigger, and it's normal because look, but we have in Latin America and the Caribbean, we have 90 million people that lack clean cooking, and that's something that also needs to be treated. In Latin America, I would say that we have 3 different groups. The first one is the people that usually it's in the rural area. Most of the place where the 3 stone stoves that open fire is this place. And we have something that's really challenging and need a lot of attention, that's Amazonia, because all the context related to that. And then we need to think about the technologies associated with the culture. And so think about global solutions. I think it's really hard in the sense of technology side because of the kind of food you eat, the kind of the culture you have. So you probably need some specificities on this region. You have also another group in Latin America that's also really important, is that the people related with affordability. What does it mean? That actually people may have the stove, but they don't use it. That's one of the big issues in Latin America, and especially related with subsidies and the down and up of LPG price, which is the biggest technology that we use in Latin America. So that's the second group of problem you need to deal with. And the third one, I would say that some specific countries in LAC, we have a bigger issue. I would say Haiti, it's one of the countries that's different. Honduras, it's another country. We may have some countries where it's not, let's say, the last mile, and it's not just the question of affordability, but to have a bigger network. But yes, we are working on that. And but in a different perspective. Some lessons from other regions is useful, and some lessons from LAC, it's really useful to think out the regions, but there is some specificity. But specifically about technology, I think the characteristic of the food, the characteristic of the environment, it's really important to be taken account as well.
I think that might be all the time we have for, very quick, if you could keep it. Yes, please.
Yeah, just to follow up that question, I just wanted to find out if there's any attempt to try and standardize the improved cook stoves. I think that have been coming up a lot, especially in most African countries. You've seen that in the off-grid space, there have been some cook stoves that are traditional but now improved. Is there any attempt to try and do some standards for them to just ensure that the quality is consistent?
There is a lot of effort in scale up, and there is a lot of effort in standards, and there is a lot of innovation and business models on this area. But I would say that it's different of a solar panel. If you're talking in terms of the economics of it and the capacity of scale up, it's a different of this kind of product that you can completely homogenize. In the case of clean cooking, we cannot. The experience we have, really need to take in account the kind of food, the time that people use. So the answer is yes and no. There is effort to scale up, and it's important to decrease cost, but you not to have one technology that fits all. That's not the case.
Thank you so much, and thank you all for having been here. I just wanted to quickly summarize what we've heard, because we've heard some very, very interesting points. I see 4 main points coming up: the need for data and the need for an inventory base, the market assessments that need to go into health facility electrification and cold chain, the tremendous opportunities for the private sector to come in, but the need for regulations and coordination with government that we heard today. We saw financing, funding, we saw the investment gap. It's in the billions. I wanted to add to something you said, Michelle. SE for All, we've done, along with WHO, World Bank, we've also done a study which looks at a broader, extrapolating that figure. It's almost 5 billion, the investment gap across 63 countries. And so we're looking at an investment gap of the billions, but it's really great to hear the kind of financing mechanisms that are being explored, especially to ensure sustainability. We heard some really good points about a local supplier base, affordability, community trust. So, I mean, this was a really, really great discussion. Thank you so much, panelists, for being here, and thank you so much to the audience for such an being such an amazing audience, and for your wonderful questions. Hope you have a great rest of the day. Thank you.
Thank you.
Ok, ben, on n'a pas le choix. Thank you. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, and thank you for attending this session at OCP. Je sais pas. Je pense. Hello, Mr. Nofel, Mr. Jones. Thank
Good
you for your
afternoon.
patience. Only
Hi,
maybe
good
a few
afternoon.
minutes, 5 more minutes, and we'll start. Thank you so much for being
no
with
problem.
us. Thank you so
Sure.
much.
I can hear you, but
À 13h30 parce que finalement la signature elle a été décalée. Donc du coup on doit commencer. Ça a été décalé aujourd'hui. Ok, it's okay. Yeah. All right. So maybe we'll start. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, and thank you for attending this session, which actually brings to a close the series of solution sessions held in this room over the 2 days of the International Vienna Energy and Climate Forum. My name is Zin Benjeloun. I'm responsible for external engagement within corporate sustainability team at OCP Group, and I will be your moderator for this session. Welcome to you all in the room and online as the session is live streamed. This session, organized by OCP Group, was made possible thanks to the pleasant collaboration with the forum's organizers, whom I would thank very much, especially the UNIDO team. Before introducing our panelists, allow me to briefly introduce OCP Group. With a century of experience, OCP is a pioneer in plant nutrition solutions and the world's largest producer of phosphate-based fertilizers. OCP provides a range of customized fertilizer products to enhance soil, increase agricultural yields, and help feed the planet in a sustainable and affordable way. Headquartered in Morocco and present on 5 continents, OCP works in close partnership with more than 350 customers across the world, Closer to home, OCP is committed to accelerating Africa's environmental and social development and implementing sustainable and prosperous agriculture through continuous innovation. As the custodian of the world's largest reserves of phosphates, the group is actively working to simultaneously accelerate progress towards two of the UN Sustainable Development Goals, zero hunger and climate action. Now, because fertilizers play a crucial role in securing and ensuring global food security, how to decarbonize the fertilizer production value chain is the question to which our esteemed panelists will answer from their different perspectives. So, without further ado, I want you to please join me in extending a very warm welcome to our esteemed panelists, whose expertise will guide us through this conversation. Today, we are privileged to have with us online Mr. Naufal Mahdar, who is Vice President Climate Action and Decarbonization at OCP since 2020. Prior to that, Naufal spent over 15 years in various technical and managerial functions at Total and BP, involved within major projects in the deep water and harsh environments in Northern Europe, Africa, and Middle East. From 2016 to 2020, Naufal managed a North African investment fund ventures in energy storage and recycling. Naufal holds a Master of Science and Engineering from the École Centrale de Paris in France and is graduated from French Institute of Petroleum. Naufal Mahdar, thank you for joining us today. We don't hear you actually.
Hello, thank you, Zina, for this nice introduction, and happy to be with you today.
Thank you, Naufal. Ms. Yusra Souaf is also here with us today. She's Senior Project Leader at Innovex since 2021, managing the industrial development of new projects, mainly in Power-to-X and green ammonia. Before, she worked for JESA, a joint venture between Worley and OCP for 9 years, where she drove front-end engineering design projects within OCP's industrial development program. Yusra holds an engineering degree from Mohammedia School of Engineering in Morocco and an executive MBA from Africa Business School and Columbia Business School. Yusra Souaf, thank you so much for being here with us today.
Thank you, Zina. Thank you, Zine, for the introduction.
Welcome, Ms. Souaf. Today, we are also pleased to have Mr. Jones Alami taking part in this conversation online. He's Professor of Plasma and Surface Technology, Head of Materials Science, Energy and Nano Engineering Department, and holder of the Energy Sustainability Chair at Mohammed VI Polytechnic University, UM6P, since 2016. Dr. Alami has a doctorate in plasma physics and a PhD in thin film physics from the University of Linköping in Sweden. Following postdoctoral research at Aachen University in Germany, he joined industry where he held the position of research and innovations manager. And in 2011, he founded an R&D company and simultaneously occupied the position of adjunct professor for 3 years at the prestigious Shanghai Institute of Ceramics, Chinese Academy of Science. Dr. Alami has more than 130 peer-reviewed publications and 30 patents and patent applications. Such an exciting experience we will be digging into later on. Dr. Jones Alami, it's a pleasure to have you with us today.
Thank you very much, Zina, for the introduction, and good afternoon, everybody.
Thank you so much. So welcome to you all, ladies and gentlemen, to this conversation. We will spend in the next 50 minutes discussing together. So I encourage our audience in the room to keep their questions warm for the Q&A session around the last 15 minutes. All right, let's dive in. As mentioned earlier, sustainability is the heart of OCP strategy, which includes a strong commitment to combating climate change. So my first question goes to you, Mr. Naufal Mahdar. Could you tell us more about the decarbonization strategy of OCP Group? How does this translate into the decarbonization of its value chain?
Thank you very much, Zineb. May I share some slides? I want to
Yes, please.
To attest how sustainability in general and climate action decarbonization is embedded within our DNA. So some of our strong and ambitious commitment to contribute to sustainable development goals fixed in the UN agenda. So we're committed to get our scope 1 and 2 carbon neutral by 2030. And more widely, we are committed to carbon neutrality on the 3 scopes by 2040. We are also committed to 100% green electricity by 2026, and this is including the perspectives of growth that we have. Today, we are at 87% of our electricity coming from clean sources, carbon-free, other cogeneration or power purchase agreements of wind energy. By 2026, we are also committed to be 100% autosufficient on water consumption from non-conventional sources, either desalination or wastewater treatment. Actually, we will reach that goal by end of 2024, and we have a more ambitious plan on water and the resilience in general, and to support Morocco's fight for water availability for cities and agriculture. We have commitment for communities where we operate, and commitment for rehabilitation and mine reclamation, and forest and plantation of 10 million trees by 2040. We are already on top of the 4.5 million trees that we have already planted in the last decade. So a rate of 500,000 trees planted each year on our mines and or the lands around, and reclaiming every year twice of the land we exploit. Best in class for emission and influence. We are much lower than the international standards, and we take as a reference the World Bank standards, and we are even much lower than that. We are committed to exploiting all resources from the phosphate rock, including other rare metals and elements. Committed to implement smart and sustainable agriculture. We will see it later on all the campaigns that we are doing for smallholder farmers, and committed as well to make our waste a new source of value and recycle all our waste. On a global roadmap, this is what we can call our strategy for decarbonization and reaching our goals of carbon neutrality on scope 1 and 2 by 2030, and carbon neutrality on the 3 scopes by 2040. This is including our operations and indirect emissions. On what you see on this slide over all our value chain, some of the actions are already achieved, and some, as you can see, are planned. So by our cogeneration, exploiting the fatal heat from our operations, we already avoid emissions of 2 million tons of CO2 per year. We already have constructed a slurry pipeline between our mines and the fertilizer complex over 200 kilometers, using only gravity, mostly gravity, for transferring the slurry of the mine over 200 kilometers, and that's allow the avoidance of emissions of 665,000 tons of CO2 per year, and at full capacity we will be at 1 million tons of CO2 avoided, on top of the water that we don't have to dry and re-wet at the complex again. So at full capacity, 3 million cubic meter of water saved as well. On what is planned, we have an ambitious solar plan of solar and wind plan, or renewable in general, that 1.2 gigawatt for reaching the self-sufficient on the electricity, clean electricity. That will be this 1.2 gigawatt capacity will allow the saving of 1.8 million tons of CO2 emissions per year. Today, we are already engaged in or committed to a power purchase agreement today that is already effective, and that's already achieved. And with that, we save almost 400,000 tons of CO2 emissions per year. On next plan, what is coming, we are, maybe you have seen, we have announced that we are committed to building a plant of 1 million ton of green ammonia by 2027 for our own consumptions, and also 3 million tons of green ammonia by 2032. So by 2027, that 1 million that avoid that avoid the generation or the emissions of more than 2 million tons of CO2 per year. This is on top of what we are doing on using green hydrogen for drying fertilizer, for drying phosphates, and also all the efforts that we are deploying with farmers to abate the emissions coming from nitrogen-based fertilizers, on top of sequestration of CO2 by promoting sustainable practices and carbon farming. So this is our plan for electricity. We are already at 87% of electricity that coming from clean sources, and we are deploying a $2.3 billion US dollars plan for reaching 100% provision from clean electricity by 2026. On the resilience side, we are committed to building by 2027 560 million, producing 560 million cubic meters of non-conventional water. This is almost 5 times more than our need, but this is mostly to supply the surrounding cities where we are operating, and also the farming communities, and to help Morocco in its strategy of fighting against the drought that make Morocco one of the 21 countries most stressed hydrically in the world. I already touched base on that. We have done a major technical challenge, achieved a major technical challenge of a slurry pipeline over 200 kilometers. That's allowing today the avoidance of emissions of 665,000 tons of CO2 per year. Today, we are saving the use of 1 million cubic meter of water for rewetting the rock when it arrives at the fertilizer complex. At full capacity, it will be 3 million cubic meter of water that will be saved. Also, we are a big promoter of sustainable agriculture. Our campaigns of Agri-Booster has touched already 2 million smallholder farmers in Africa, and we are also deploying a lot of other campaigns in Brazil, in other many countries to promote the decarbonization of the agriculture and the food systems in general via sustainable practices, via innovation, via accompanying farmers with education and helping them with finance and the resources. So we have launched many pilots and work for carbon farming as well, either promoting cover crops, no-till farming, crop rotation, reduce inputs, using technologies. We are already at 20,000 hectares in Morocco, and we have launched also pilots in Brazil on top of the Agri-Boosters and the school lab campaigns that we have in Africa. And we are promoting many startups that are using new technologies for MRVs to bring to make it more accessible to farmers and to make carbon certification more accessible and more affordable technically and economically for farmers, and reward them for the sustainable practices that we are promoting. So all these efforts that we're deploying are being recognized by the most stringent standards in the world and the most recognized organizations. Moody's is ranking us the best mining and metal company in emerging markets. Our management of greenhouse gases is ranked as strong by Sustainalytics. We have ranked number 4 over 300 companies in the global food and agriculture systems in the World Benchmark Alliance. And in the CDP, we're A- score, which is the best score over all the fertilizer complex industry or fertilizer industry worldwide. We have also declared our support to the TCFD 2 years ago. Last year, we have submitted our targets to science-based targets, and this year we got the approval, so which make us the only fertilizer company in the world that has its decarbonization targets approved by and validated by science-based targets, which is a guarantee that our ambitious is strong, that our plan is robust, and that the tracking of it is serious.
Wow.
So thank you, Zineb, and thank you all, and happy to answer any question.
Thank you very much, Mr. Naufal Mahdar. Congratulations for all the recognitions. It's actually really amazing to see such ambition and behind all the work implemented. The rating agencies also recognize the innovation at the heart of OCP strategy, and which is let's say, a major lever for accelerating the achievement of the carbon neutrality ambitions. Could you give us a few concrete examples, please, Mr. Naufal?
About innovation, well, innovation is in our DNA today, and Professor Alami will be better placed than me to speak about it, because he's in part of the University Mohammed VI, which OCP was the founder of it, and all the successes today we see with UM6P and the innovation that they are driving is make us proud, but also is serving our agenda for decarbonization and fighting climate change. And we see all, I touched best on it, but I can develop more. We have a lot of partnerships, and through UM6P or independently, we are promoting a lot of technologies, for example, for agriculture, a lot of digital platforms, and especially for MRV. We are pushing startups, accelerating startups on many technologies, such as mathematic modeling with Regrow, the American startup, with the Agrorobotica in Brazil, which is using spectroscopy, laser-induced breakdown spectroscopy to analyze the carbon content in the soil. So we are launching many remote sensing as well, and we are launching many technologies towards farmer to make this the practices that they are deploying worldwide are more trackable, more traceable, let's say, and much cheaper for them, to make carbon certification for them less hassle and more rewarding. On top of what we are doing as innovations, not only in the farming side, on the green ammonia side, we are launching pilots with the university in Jorf for testing different technologies for green hydrogen and green ammonia. So many innovation is part of DNA, and we are pushing it either on technology side or agriculture side.
Thank you very, very much, Mr. Naufal Mahdar, for sharing that with us. Very interesting indeed to get an understanding of the overview of what you're working on right now to decarbonize the whole fertilizer production value chain. For more than a century, ammonia has been used as a base ingredient in fertilizers. So in fact, if we want to decarbonize a major component of fertilizer production, which is ammonia, and whose production emits high levels of greenhouse gases, it's imperative the world makes a decisive shift to the production of green hydrogen to make green ammonia at scale. So I want to give the floor to you, Ms. Yusra Souaf, to please tell us more about the green ammonia program launched by OCP precisely for this purpose, and how does it fit into the overall sustainability approach for the group. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Zainab. So indeed, I think you very well introduced the subject. So today OCP is producing around 12 million tons of fertilizer and is projecting to upscale its production to 20 million tons by 2027. We know that fertilizer is only the tip of the iceberg when it comes to all the value chain and the supply chain of the fertilizers. And one main ingredient to producing fertilizers is ammonia. So if we go green on ammonia, we go green on fertilizers. The major part in making ammonia is making green hydrogen. So green hydrogen comes from electrolysis, where we separate oxygen from hydrogen, and then we use that hydrogen with the nitrogen that comes from the air to produce the ammonia. And all this process is zero greenhouse gases emissions. So the perspective to make green ammonia comes to feed this whole sustainability and environmental let's say adventure that OCP is getting into. And for that, there are multiple projects ongoing. And the major project currently ongoing within the industrial development investment, which is about a $7 billion investment opportunity for OCP to build a 1 million ton green ammonia project. And that green ammonia project will be built in Tarfaya. Tarfaya is in the southern region of Morocco. It's a region where wind and solar energy is very abundant. So we will be producing around 4 gigawatt of renewable energy to feed into the plant to be able to produce about 1.9 gigawatt of electrolysis and 1 million ton of green ammonia to start production by 2027. And that's only a first step. The second step will be to produce 3 million ton by 2032. And the idea is to completely supply all the currently imported ammonia by OCP to feed into the fertilizer industry, to completely feed that need from these projects. So this, I think, it kind of englobes a bit what's going on in terms of projects. So there are other projects that, for example, a 200 kiloton ammonia plant that is currently also being developed and will be positioned in Jorflasfar. And that venue is going to be more like a learning hub on an industrial scale to feed in with all new technology the coming bigger sizes projects.
Wow, thank you so much. And as mentioned earlier, you're part of Innovex. So please tell us a little about this company and what is the role that plays Innovex in implementing the green ammonia program.
Yes, so Innovex has been created by OCP through UM6B in 2021. It is a company that is in charge of developing all the new technology and pioneer new industry for OCP in Morocco. Just in a quick glance, I think Innovex is all about sustainability. I don't want to dive much into that, but to introduce a bit how Innovex is built around this vision is to, NFX operates around 5 segments, but majorly energy, chemicals, and agri and water. It's about creating an ecosystem of industries that work around this subject and to innovate in all the technology selections, not to be too, let's say, conventional. So we don't want to be conventional. We still want to be conventional in all what is already being confirmed as innovations, but also to be bold enough and go search for new technologies that would help us be more sustainable and less carbon producing. Also, NFX is funding lots of new projects and has an investment fund called BIDRA that is being installed in the United States, but being managed by NFX.
Okay, thank you so much, Ms. Souaf. And actually, you highlighted the fact that it's not only a matter of producing green ammonia, but also having and building a whole industrial vision around it. And we'll say that it starts at the university with the researchers, with R&D, which brings me to you, Dr. John Salami. Are you with us?
I'm with you.
Perfect. So as an academic and manager of research, how do you see the role of a research university such as Mohammed VI Polytechnic University in addressing the challenges of climate change in Morocco and in Africa?
Thank you for the question, dear Zainab. Well, as I see it, and I think as both my panel colleagues already insinuated, the role of the university in addressing climate change challenges is actually multifaceted. This is quite well manifested at UM6P in several actions that aim to first foster various forms of research, including fundamental, applied, and industry research, to offer a range of education programs spanning undergraduate studies, engineering and research studies, and also considering that we have observed that forward-thinking universities, they typically are targeting entrepreneurship in their offerings as well. So UM6P aligns with this trend, as we believe it is a crucial approach to tackling climate change challenges. The complexity of these issues necessitates an environment that where innovation is deeply ingrained in the university's fabric, meaning that it is embedded in the programs, the culture, and also the identity of the university. So at UM6P, we focus and we follow a specific methodology. We initiate exercises that encourage stakeholders to engage in understanding the Moroccan context, which involves, of course, identifying strengths and weaknesses, determining Morocco's and ecosystem's position in the African and global context, and also identifying key partners and discerning the needs and challenges at hand. So, for instance, when addressing decarbonization, which is a critical aspect of climate change, we recognize that it is a complex endeavor that depends greatly on the scope considered for greenhouse gas emissions. So by leveraging multidisciplinary research and education programs, UM6P together with OCP Group, of course, and are addressing all scopes, 1, 2, and 3 greenhouse gas emissions to ensure carbon-free enterprise by 2040, as my colleague Nofel has mentioned. So I would like to also emphasize that these efforts involve a multidisciplinary collaborative approach driven by a clear vision and purpose, and the establishment of international partnerships and collaborations, including those within our own continent, Africa. So this allows us to finally engage in bridging the gap between industry and academia. So trying to say that it's necessary to establish the ground for those kind of collaborations, for those kind of partnerships, which is for us actually another priority, and helps us focus on developing innovative education and training programs for further enhancement of the impact of our endeavors. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mr. Adami. With such ambitious objectives in diverse fields such as agriculture, water, and green energy, was wondering what are the specific actions that has taken UM6P to train adequate and impactful human capital capable of accompanying this energy transition?
Yeah, thank you. So when it comes to education and training, I'm constantly reflecting on the underlying goals and objectives, especially in fields as dynamic as climate change and green energy. So there are several reasons for this. First and foremost, it is the need for awareness. The ever-evolving changes and the challenges in our world, be it from climate change, the urgent demand for sustainable agricultural practices, or the rapid advancements in digitalization and AI, these all demand a continuous re-evaluation of our approach. In my view, educating the next generation of researchers and engineers should go beyond technical proficiency. We should take in consideration this ever-changing environment and the new different dimensions that need to be taken in consideration for an efficient education. So it should also, and research of course, so it should also encompass adaptation, innovation, and an entrepreneurial mindset. What it means at UM6P is that we are dedicated to crafting educational experience that reflects these principles. And I believe we are making significant progress. Our programs place a strong emphasis on multidisciplinarity, as well as what I refer to as power skills. Power skills, typically known as soft skills, but actually they're empowering our youngs through effective communication, leadership, augmented humanity, collective intelligence, and critical thinking. So having those elements in education programs are actually necessary for an efficient education of the future, and also for efficient research that is impactful and innovative. In fact, if we examine shortly the current job market, we recognize that it increasingly seeks experts who are not only technically proficient, but also capable of constant innovation and facing challenges head-on. Which of course includes a willingness to take risks and explore new solutions, as well as an ability to adapt quickly and to change. So it is clearly a shift in the traditional education paradigm, and I believe our success hinges on how urgently we address this educational imperative. What I described here is what I otherwise call the entrepreneurial mindset. And it is in this context that I would like to give my take on entrepreneurship, because typically people think of entrepreneurship as creation of startups, but I think it's more than that. Entrepreneurship embodies the actions, all actions that's taken by individuals or groups that unleash creativity and energy, ultimately leading to the creation of new economic, social, institutional, and cultural environments. So it's really a culture, a state of being, and this is the mindset we aim to install not only in our students, but also in our researchers, administrators, collaborators, and beyond. It's a commitment to adding value through the liberation of energy and the establishment of values that have the potential to drive change and make a meaningful impact. So witnessing young engineers and researchers that embrace this entrepreneurial spirit, working tirelessly with a clear sense of purpose towards making an impact, a real impact, is truly and describable. I'm proud to say that UM6P, this spirit is very much alive and thriving. It serves as a continuous source of motivation and hope, not just for me personally, but for our stakeholders, and particularly for OCP, Innovex, and all other partners that we are working with.
Thank you so much, Mr. John Salami. I'm proud to say, too, that through the different presentations, we've seen some of the main ingredients necessary to accelerate the transition to high-yield, climate-positive agriculture to combat climate change and enhance food security. Today, OCP is investing in new industrial capabilities, talent pool, cutting-edge soil health science, tech innovation, collaboration, and financial partnerships to make possible the transition to climate-positive agriculture and decarbonize its own value chain. Now, I want to take time to acknowledge our dear audience once again and to thank you all for being with us here. We are going to take maybe some questions from you. Don't hesitate if you have any question. Yes, please.
First of all, thank you very much.
Here is the mic.
Okay, thank you very much for a very, very interesting presentation. I have a quick question in relationship to advances in technologies, which I believe could be an additional advantage to the way fertilizers interact with the soil, and I'm thinking specifically of nanotechnologies. My understanding is that in recent years, or maybe even decades, I don't know when the process started, but with the development of nanotechnologies, there are now possibilities to actually develop molecules at a nano level that are much better absorbed by the plants, so they give better produce, not only in terms of quantity, but also in terms of quality. And at the same time, because they are much smaller and better absorbed, not only do you need less quantity, which will contribute to decarbonization by default because the production would be reduced, but also increase the quality of the soil because more is absorbed and less is left in the soil that, as you know, fertilizers, when they're heavily used, damage the soil in the long term. So I was wondering what OCP has been doing in that field, if anything, and what are the prospects in the coming years. Thank you very much.
Dr. Johns, maybe the question is intended to you.
Okay.
Thank you so much.
For the question. I'll try to answer it, although I'm not agriculture person, but I work with nanotechnology, and I think what nanotechnology allows us to do is to understand the micro level, the molecular level interactions between the different elements. For example, what happens at the surface of a seed when it's generating, what happens when it's in the soil, what kind of chemical reactions are taking place when they are being sowed. And I think the understanding of these mechanisms at the molecular level allows us to understand the interactions, as I mentioned, and then allows us also to make better choices when it comes to seeds, seed engineering, seed enhancement as well, to understand what kind of soils, for example, if we at the nano level know exactly what kind of elements are active in a soil, which ones are not so active, destructive, probably need to be eliminated. How can we engineer, for example, our fertilizers to play a role in making those soils much more efficient in feeding the seed that we put in? So you see that nanotechnology at every level of agriculture can be used to enhance the productivity and the quality of agriculture. I hope I answered your question.
So maybe I should just add a little bit to that. So OCP has been revolutioning their way of doing fertilizers. So they went into MAP and like NPKs, and I mean, it's several descendants and fertilizer families that are close to what you just described. It's true that today we do not have the person with the knowledge to answer specifically your question, but indeed our agri business line is definitely looking into new technology fertilizers and trying to revolution the way we produce fertilizers. So if you're interested, we can get your contact and send you more information.
Definitely. Thank you, Ms. Zoaf. Do you want to ask, is there any other question in the room? Yes, please.
Thank you for the presentation. Well, considering OCP, that's 30% or so of the world phosphate fertilizer production, which is impressive. Have you had meetings with your competitors, in a sense, to get them to do some of the same green initiatives that you're doing? You know, because there's nothing really, you know, secret in a sense, but it's good for everyone if they can follow the same things that you're doing.
Zeynep, do you want me to answer this question?
Okay, please go ahead, Nofel. Thank you so much.
Yeah, well, of course, we are part of many sectorial associations, either the International Fertilizer Association, where we have conducted with our peers from Norway, from Canada, from Middle East, all our peers, we have conducted studies with the experts and to recommend how we could mitigate and decrease or abate the emissions linked to fertilizers for production, but especially for the use at the farmer level, because we would succeed only if we give positive or a positive business plan or model to the farmer. We cannot make the farmer carry the burden of the decarbonization. We have to empower the farmer, bring the finance, and bring the technology to that. So we have even produced a document for our positions that was released for the COP27. And we are continuing this effort. We're also doing it also for South countries in the South-to-South cooperation. We are part of the Arab Fertilizer Associations. And we have even been awarded in October the prize of the most sustainable fertilizer company in the Arab world by the Arab Fertilizer Association. But the meaning of that is not to get the prize, is to share, and to set the objective for all the sectors. And we are happy to see that other companies joining the SBT's science-based target initiatives, and also from the South companies, some companies more and more conscious of innovation and sustainability for contributing to the climate change mitigation.
Thank you so much, Mr. Mahdar. Yes, more questions by here.
Good afternoon. Niels Schultz, I'm from UNIDO, from the Agro Innovation and Bioeconomic Unit. Thank you very much for the presentation. That is very interesting to see as we are all talking about getting regenerative agriculture to scale and to address this food, energy, water system interconnectedness. There are two aspects of technology that I would be interested in, to what extent you're using it already or integrating it in your portfolio, and one of that is mycorrhizal inoculation, as this is one pathway to make phosphates better plant available. And the second complex would refer to pyrogenic carbon and biochar, to what extent you're integrating that as well, as this is energy related and climate.
Thank you so much, sir. I don't know if Dr. Alami has some information about that.
Not really. I know that there are projects in the use of biochar for regenerative agriculture, for regenerative soil, but I don't have any details of that. Maybe Nofel can chip in.
Oh, we are working on biochar and biomass in general, and we have not only biochar but biomass in general. We are looking at how to integrate that in our operations. We have many labs, including with the University of Mathematics, not with the Professor Yunus, but with the Texel centers, on looking at how to do the gasification, etc. But anyway, to integrate that into complex processes of drying, and we are looking at how to integrate that, but nothing yet at the execution level. But we have pilots ongoing.
Okay, thank you so much. I saw another hand maybe, or it's maybe time to wrap up? Yes, of course.
Thank you, Madame Jalloun, and thank you for all the presentations. Actually, I have two questions. The first one, I think Dr. Alami mentioned the multi-stakeholder partnership. OCP recently signed a certain number of partnership agreement recently with IFC, with the African Development Bank. You joined recently the World Economic Forum. I wanted just to know which kind of collaboration we have with the international institution. Second question, I was impressed actually by the decarbonization roadmap, and OCP is operating in an ecosystem when you have a certain number of partners, including subcontractors. What you are doing actually to make sure also that your subcontractors are respecting, the same standards in terms of sustainability. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Ms. Hanzaz. Nofel, maybe you're smiling. Those last questions are for you.
I think you can answer some of them, but concerning international corporations such as IFC, which is part of the World Bank, we are very proud of the cooperation with them, and what it is telling, IFC, when they sign partnerships, they audit a lot of the green part of it, and not only the green part, the social part, the human rights part, and that's why we are proud of it. And we see the cooperation with IFC as a very long-term and serving also our sustainability social agenda. And we have signed for water projects as part of resilience and adaptation. We have signed for $100 million. We have signed another $100 million for the solar projects to achieve our objective of 100% electricity green. And all this organization, and we have two more projects to come that will be announced with IFC. Big financing projects that will be with these for COP28 that are planned to be communicated in COP28. We are also part of WBCSD. We are part of the World Economic Forum, etc. But we are part of these organizations to communicate the voice of the South, the voice of Africa, and to show that Africa is not only a receptacle to receive recommendations, technologies, but also Africa and can set the standard and can be a leader and can get the best grades, best investments, but also to voice our particularities, our constraints, and on technologies, and also on our industry, phosphate-based, that is not fertilizer that are not well known, and sometimes we see the standards that are made are not very adapted to that, and we need to sit at the table with those standard makers to make the objectives ambitious, but also achievable. And that was the first question. The second question, sorry, it was about decarbonization.
And about subcontractors.
Subcontractors.
Yeah, exactly.
What is we are engaged, yes, in a big project that is also mandatory with the SBTi and CDP on supplier and value chain engagement. So we have engaging with many suppliers and clients to first, thanks for transparency, to give us the data and to see what is how much carbon they are generating with their operations, and also to sensibilize our clients to their carbon footprint and environmental footprint. And this is a long journey. We are now at selection of our collection of all the data from them, and what we discovered is that 98% of our footprint for supply chain is coming from two things, from ammonia and sulfur. That makes things complicated, but makes things also easier, because 80% of our raw material supply is coming from ammonia. And this is, we will be turning it around completely with our projects of integrating green ammonia into our projects. So this big footprint would be completely abated. For sulfur, we are engaged with our suppliers as well, because it's 1/6 or 1/5 of our ammonia footprint, the sulfur, and we're engaged as well how to see which regions are bringing the low-level sulfur. And the same thing, we are doing it also with our subcontractors in Morocco. But our particularity is we have two raw materials that constitute the biggest part of our footprint.
Thank you so much, Naufel. As I mentioned before, OCP Group is actively working on simultaneously accelerating the two SDGs, Zero Hunger and Climate Action. But SDG 17 is the key to be able to achieve such ambition. So the right partnerships. And we are working to have the right partners to join forces and be able to achieve such huge ambition through all the different international institutions and the partners that have been mentioned before. So I think it's time to close the session. It was really a great and wonderful session. Thank you for spending your most valuable, I will say, and precious asset, which is time, your time. It's time to thank our speakers for participating and making this session really great. Please join me in giving them a round of applause for their valuable contribution. So let's please do. Of course, again, thank you everyone, the organizers, the speakers, the audience. We'll say congratulations for the success of this great forum, the International Vienna Energy and Climate Forum. Special thanks to UNIDO, and keep well. And this concludes our session. Thank you so much. John, thank you so much. Bye-bye.